those years as a superhero in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, The Dilemma of SHIELD. In the New York SHIELD headquarters, Agent Hill, the deputy of the former SHIELD director Nick Fury, is now extremely busy. Because the previous fall of SHIELD has plunged Nick Fury into the biggest political crisis in his life. He had previously been relieved of all SHIELD duties and was also escorted to a special prison in Washington for detention. Whether Nick had violated regulations during his tenure, including whether he exceeded his authority and whether he had made illegal arrests, will be listed as an issue for discussion by the Security Committee. As for whether Nick Fury should be held responsible for the fall of SHIELD and how he should be held responsible, this matter also requires more meetings and discussions. Hill is a little worried about Nick's current situation. As the deputy of the former director, Hill knows very well how heavy the burden is on Nick, and as a SHIELD agent working on the underground front, how can he not have a few violations of laws and regulations? But no matter how worried she is about what will happen to Nick Fury in the future, she needs to put her worries aside now. Because Nick Fury's resignation was decided after consultation by the Security Committee. The former SHIELD Senior Intelligence Deputy, Agent Hill, temporarily took over the position of SHIELD Director. As for who will be the official SHIELD Director in the future, it has not been decided yet. After all, this position is of great importance and cannot be easily decided. It is not just a simple matter of who is competent to take the position, otherwise Nick Fury would not have been pulled down because of a mistake. There is also a complex political game involved. In addition, New York City will hold a general election this year, and the old mayor of New York will soon step down. It is unknown who will be the new mayor of New York for the next 5 years. The greater New York area, which radiates outward from New York City, includes satellite cities such as New Jersey, Buffalo, Atlantic City, Philadelphia, etc. This place is of vital importance to the entire United States. The entire greater New York area covers nearly 18% of the annual national output value of the United States. Nearly 1/5 of the power of the U.S. economic engine comes from the greater New York area. This can be said to be the economic heart of the entire United States. It is also the most elite area in the United States. The most important thing in the greater New York area is New York City, which is a city that controls the lifeline of the U.S. economy and can even be said to control the direction of the global economy. Not counting other satellite cities, the annual output value of New York City alone accounts for 12% of the country's total output value. You can imagine the importance of New York City to the entire United States. After this year's New York election, the presidential election will begin next year. The current president is already at the end of his second term. After the presidential election next year, the year after will be the time to divide the highest power in the United States. Therefore, whether it is the ruling party or the opposition party, or for other ambitious politicians, this year's New York mayoral election and the New York City Council election held at the same time are extremely critical elections. Whoever can win a city here will have an advantage in the early presidential election starting next year. At this juncture, the position of the director of SHIELD is extremely important. Any politician who knows something about this organization understands how powerful SHIELD is. They can easily find out your traffic escape case 20 years ago. Or tax evasion 15 years ago. As long as SHIELD is willing, they can easily find out who any politician had dinner with tonight. What did they do after dinner? Whether there is a sex scandal or other dirty political deal that can be exposed. It can be said that SHIELD's intelligence capabilities in this regard far exceed those of the FBI and CIA. And compared with the other two organizations, SHIELD's structure is more independent and less influenced by ordinary politicians. Former director Nick Fury is a person who does not participate in politics very much, and he has never had any special goodwill towards any party. Because of his neutrality, SHIELD has never been involved in any political process for more than 20 years. But who can guarantee that the new SHIELD director will not participate in politics? Politicians always calculate the problems they may face with the worst plan. After all, if they think according to their own ideas, it would be a waste not to use such a good position. Therefore, the position of the director of SHIELD has been undecided, and there are real quarrels within the Security Committee. Because not everyone can be like Nick, with a more noble purpose, instead of being confused by the power in front of him. Therefore, the position of Agent Hill as the acting director can be said to be very solid for a certain period of time. Unless they suddenly reach an agreement or consensus one day, it is difficult to elect someone like Nick to be the director. For most people who know Hill, this female agent is smart and capable, with a sharp mind that is not inferior to Nick Fury, so she can always stay beside Nick as his deputy. You should know that the longest time her predecessor worked was only 4 months before being kicked out by Nick. Hill worked for 10 years. What is even more commendable is that, like Nick, Agent Hill has little interest in politics. She prefers to work in a step-by-step manner rather than paying attention to those politics that are laborious and always as dirty as the quagmire. After Hill took the position of director of SYLD, she found that the various problems that Nick Fury had to deal with were more complicated than what she saw when she was in deputy and followed Nick Fury as his deputy. For example, what she is doing now, countless financial statements are piled up on the desk of her director. These are the parts that the financial department has processed and are waiting for her signature and approval. But even so busy, when Captain Rogers asked to meet, she still let Rogers in. "You look a little busy, Hill," Rogers said in surprise as he looked at the pile of folders on Hill's desk that were as high as a mountain. "Yes, this kind of thing, that kind of thing. All kinds of things that I have no clue about," Hill said without raising her head, while reviewing the documents and complaining. Because many things in S.H.I.E.L.D. are confidential, she has a lot of grievances to vent but can't find anyone to vent to, and Captain Rogers, who just came to visit, seems to be a good target. "The Security Council just rejected our midterm budget," Hill complained. "What?" Rogers didn't react for a while. "Our midterm budget has been cut, Captain." When talking about this issue, Hill frowned. The budget formulated at the beginning of each year will always be insufficient in the midterm due to various problems. You know, our department is specialized in dealing with various emergency situations, so this phenomenon is normal. So every year we will release a new budget plan in the midterm and submit it to the Security Council for approval. Our budget has been cut, Captain, and now it's not just a midterm budget that has been cut. Because Director Nick was arrested and various other reasons, even the budget we should get has been blocked. Hill couldn't help but press her temples. She had a headache when talking about money. In Nick's time, S.H.I.E.L.D. never worried about funding. But once Hill took over S.H.I.E.L.D., she found that S.H.I.E.L.D. was a bottomless pit of money. The repair cost of the damaged sky carrier, the funding gap that the scientific research department could never fill, the pension for disabled retired agents, and the complicated daily expenses. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a money-eating monster. This giant organization that looks huge and majestic is built on countless dollars. If there are not enough dollars for subsequent expenditures, this seemingly mighty monster will only become a paper tiger. Cut our budget? How much did they cut? Rogers also knew the importance of a fund to an organization. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s annual funding expenditure is about $100 billion, which is almost equivalent to 1/6 of the total U.S. military expenditure. But the U.S. military has a total of 1.4 million people, and all the employees of S.H.I.E.L.D. are only about 150,000. Hill said with a frown. Some people in Congress are not satisfied with S.H.I.E.L.D. taking up so much money. So this time they cut almost a quarter of our budget. And judging by the situation, next year's budget may be further cut. Hill was helpless. "You mean our budget has been cut by $25 billion? Rogers asked in surprise. Anyone with common sense would understand what it means for an organization to suddenly cut tens of billions of dollars in expenses. Especially for a money-eating behemoth like S.H.I.E.L.D. that only inputs but does not output. The loss of external financial support would drag the organization down with just the consumption. Yes, it's very troublesome. S.H.I.E.L.D. originally had some special income, but it is gone for various reasons." Hill was even more helpless when he said this. "What special income?" Rogers asked curiously. "Special income from the vampire industry." Hill temporarily stopped reviewing the documents. Her eyes were tired and she needed a rest. "This includes the vampires' purchase of plasma from the government blood bank and the special taxes levied on the industries of the vampire empire. Originally, these industries could bring the government nearly $100 billion in hidden income every year. S.H.I.E.L.D. can also get a special budget of tens of billions of dollars from this, but because of Nick, he completely wiped out the vampires in the United States, so this batch of income is gone. The vampire incident happened before Rogers returned. He didn't know much about it. After hearing this information, he couldn't help but whistled. Nick must have cut off a lot of people's financial resources. I'm afraid someone wants to kill him for this. Yes, that's for sure. The former vampires have become normal people. They refuse to pay any extra taxes, not even a dime. So S.H.I.E.L.D.'s funding gap is actually bigger than it looks. Hill felt like he was going crazy. So Director Hill, what are you going to do now? Rogers looked at Hill with some concern. S.H.I.E.L.D. will stop providing free coffee and donuts starting tomorrow. Hill said. Rogers. We have 150,000 employees, and each person spends nearly $2 a day on coffee and donuts. For this item alone, we will spend $219 million a year. So starting tomorrow, all coffee and donuts will be charged to the agents. Hill said he had no choice, and every penny was important now. The supply of midnight snacks will also be reduced. Subway sandwiches are a bit expensive. I will switch to Donald's hamburgers in the future. Is it the $1 hamburger? Rogers had eaten that thing before, and it didn't taste very good. I have no choice, Captain. Every penny is important to us now. There is also the setting of the air conditioning and heating. The temperature setting will be adjusted to energy saving in the future. Rogers understood this sentence, which probably meant that the air conditioning is not cool in summer and the heating is not hot in winter. The large washing machines in the staff dormitory will no longer be free to use. They will be charged by time like the self-service laundromats outside. In addition, the monthly water, electricity and coal consumption standards for each staff dormitory will be stipulated. The excess will be paid by the agents themselves. The dining style in the cafeteria also needs to be changed. In the future, it will no longer be a self-service style. There will be chefs who serve food, and the chef's hands must not be too steady. They need to be shaky. All these together can save us nearly $1 billion in expenses every year. Hill racked his brains to think of ways to save money. But Rogers felt cold behind his back. Isn't this going to cancel all employee benefits? These desperate agents will rebel? By the way, Captain, what do you want to talk to me about? Hill muttered a lot of ways to save money, and suddenly realized that he was so busy complaining that he forgot why Captain Steve Rogers came to him. Rogers hesitated a little, because what he wanted to say was also related to money. He hesitated for a long time and finally spoke. Well, here's what happened, Hill. We were short of helpers during the last S.H.I.E.L.D. prison incident. So Hawkeye asked Deadpool Wade, who was still in prison, on vacation, to help. Hill nodded to indicate that she knew about this. But Wade's actions came at a price. You know he's a mercenary. Everything is negotiated. So Hawkeye Barton promised him a reward of $1 million. So, Rogers was interrupted by Hill before he could finish his next words. Impossible, rejected, no room for negotiation. If Barton thinks I'm worth $1 million, let him sell me and give the money to Wade. Hill refused very directly, not giving Rogers a chance to bargain. I understand your difficulties, Hill, but Deadpool has found Barton's staff dormitory and is collecting debts from Barton by throwing feces, welding the door and spraying red paint. Captain Rogers is also very desperate now. Chapter 327, about a salary demand. Long Island, New York, is a quiet and peaceful residential area. It is the best place to live in New York. It has a very high vegetation coverage rate, and tall broad-leaved sycamores and cedars on both sides of the community roads. At different times of the year, the plants here will show different styles. Long Island is also the area with the lowest crime rate in New York, as someone once said. Long Island is the only place in New York where you will not feel so scared to go out after 12 o'clock at night. Because of the superior natural environment and super high security, Long Island has become one of the preferred areas for the rich in New York to live. There are a large number of middle and high-income earners gathered here. Steve Rogers' current residence in New York is here. Since he received his first month's salary, he moved out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. employee apartment. Because the unaccustomed life is difficult to correct in a short time, you can think that Rogers is a bit old-fashioned. He prefers to read newspapers to get news, rather than through the mobile network. He spends more time listening to the radio and his entertainment activities than playing computer and watching TV. He prefers to eat the old-fashioned donuts with only icing sugar, rather than the fancy new-style donuts sold in street bakeries now, which are covered with chocolate on the outside or filled with various flavors. This is a habit he has developed in his life for more than 20 years, and it is difficult to change overnight. Just like Rogers prefers to open the window of his residence every day and see a large area of green vegetation outside. In the 1930s, his family lived in the suburbs of New York. At that time, there were still a lot of native forests in the suburbs of New York, instead of being completely cut down like now. When the SHIELD staff apartment opens the window, they can see the bustling, noisy and complicated streets of New York City. There are always people rushing to work in traffic jams. So Rogers asked Callison to find a place suitable for him to live early. Rogers rented an apartment with a decent size on Long Island. The living environment here is similar to the environment he likes, and this kind of place makes him feel more at ease. Of course, the rent of Long Island apartments is not cheap. This apartment of about 90 square meters costs about $5,000 a month. As a place for one person to live, the area of this apartment is large enough, but the apartment that seemed very spacious in the past seems a bit crowded today. Barton, no. Hill does not agree to approve the budget of $1 million. Rogers said to Hawkeye lying on the sofa apologetically. The budget of S.H.I.E.L.D. is tight, and Hill asked you to find a way yourself. She said that you promised Deadpool a reward of $1 million without the approval of the financial department. The funds of the Bureau are tight now and it can't allocate $1 million to you. Barton lay on the sofa weakly. This is for the Bureau. It's impossible for me to pay $1 million to Deadpool myself. And where can I get $1 million to give him? Callison said while lying on a single sofa watching TV. Just accept your fate, Barton. If Hill makes a decision, she will never change it. She is even more stubborn than Nick. I agree with Callison on this point. Hill is the most picky leader I have ever seen. Natasha, the Black Widow with beautiful red hair, unusually good-looking face and figure, leaned against the wall, holding a can of beer taken from the refrigerator in Rogers' apartment. Hey wait. Why are you all here at my house? Hawkeye is fine, but why are Callison and Natasha here too? No wonder Rogers felt that the living room was a bit crowded. Because of Deadpool. Callison showed a disgusting expression on his face. He threw feces on Barton's apartment, welded the door and sprayed red paint. These things are actually none of my business. But the feces he threw was too smelly. Did he really throw feces? I thought Hawkeye was exaggerating. Rogers thought that if this happened at his doorstep, no. He couldn't associate it. He felt a little nauseous when he thought of Rogers. Natasha took a look at the beer in her hand and silently found a place to put it down. And it's very likely that he mixed garlic essence into those things, the kind used to deal with vampires. That kind of super high concentration of garlic essence that can be diluted 100 times, the whole floor is filled with that terrible stench. And Callison and I live on the same floor as Hawkeye. Oh my god, I don't want to say it anymore. Natasha vaguely felt her stomach twitching. Hawkeye, as the person involved, instantly thought of the scene he encountered when he returned home before, and immediately jumped up from the sofa and ran to the bathroom of the apartment to vomit. This vomiting sound seemed to have a contagious effect. Even Callison and Natasha couldn't help but move their throats, and finally forced themselves to hold back the desire to vomit together. Oh my god, I'm going to kill Wade. The smell of that garlic essence will remain for at least 7 days before it dissipates. The people in the logistics department can't get rid of that disgusting smell at all. There is also the red paint on the door of my apartment. Pay back your debts, it's only right. Barton came out of the bathroom, with water droplets on his hands and face. Captain, let's just get the Avengers together. Just arrest Wade and be done with it. Natasha suggested. Callison and Hawkeye turned their eyes to Rogers, and Rogers had no choice but to speak. No, Natasha. The Avengers can't gather for such a small matter. Well, Captain. At least I will stay at your house for the time being. Natasha twisted her waist to get closer to the captain, put her hand on his shoulder, and whispered softly into Captain Rogers' ear with her lips close to his ear. Of course, if you don't mind, we can sleep in the same bed. After saying that, she blew into Rogers' ear. Rogers ran away in a somewhat embarrassed manner, and Natasha smiled a little smugly. Oh, Captain. I think Hawkeye and I will both live in your house for the time being. Of course, we can just sleep on the floor in the sofa. Callison also said. Rogers was a little helpless. How about trying to give Wade $1 million first? He said as he looked at Barton. Hawkeye said immediately. If I had $1 million, I would have given it to him long ago. Deadpool is famous for being difficult to deal with in the industry. I don't want to get stuck with this gummy bear. Where's your money? Captain, You have to know that the Bureau can't reimburse me for everything. For example, some special bow parts and arrows. And some camouflage clothes and speedboats I bought. Why won't they reimburse you? Because that's what Barton uses to go to Canada to hunt deer and goblin when the hunting season comes. The speedboat is used to go to the legal hunting areas in the Great Lakes to hunt alligators. And he also bought an air mattress in New Mexico, which is also used for hunting. And there are all kinds of other expenses, am I right? Coulson mercilessly exposed Hawkeye's habit of spending money lavishly. Huh. Stop talking about me, Coulson. You just spent $50,000 last month to buy a set of out-of-print Captain Rogers flashcards. Do you think I don't know? Hawkeye was a little angry after being exposed, so he also exposed Coulson's shortcomings. Okay, gentlemen, please calm down. Natasha had to come out to smooth things over. Stop talking about this, Barton. This is my hobby. Just like Natasha, she spent money to buy a full set of tickets to Madison Stadium to watch all the games throughout the year, including football, baseball and ice hockey. This is a healthy hobby for us. Natasha was also inexplicably dragged into the water. Natasha and I knew you before you, Coulson. She doesn't like watching these sports games at all. She just likes to watch muscular handsome guys running around on the field. Barton was a little out of control. This sentence instantly ignited Natasha. Enough. Shut up. You two sissies. Natasha used a beautiful grappling technique to put down the two burly male agents. She roared angrily. Don't think I don't know. You used the SHIELD network to invade other signals while on duty, just to watch the Victoria's Secret Angels show. You men can openly watch beautiful women walking around in sexy underwear, and what's wrong with me watching some athletes sweating on the field? Natasha is now like an angry lioness, which instantly silenced Coulson and Barton. Oh, sorry. The two of them spoke together. Rogers looked helplessly at his living room, which was now in a mess. The overturned sofa, the glass coffee table that Coulson had smashed with Natasha's grappling skills, and the potted plant next to the TV. He has only lived in this house for a few months. So you mean you are all broke now? You don't even have $1 million together. Rogers looked at the three of them helplessly and nodded. Rogers, what about Iron Fist? Coulson, Daniel's busy saving money for a lawsuit. He wants to get back the company left by his father. This requires a lot of litigation fees. Okay, pass. Rogers, how about Blade? I heard that he has killed many vampires and may have some savings. You can borrow some from him first. Barton, he recently bought a house in New York City with a loan. He is about to marry Jennifer. It is said that the monthly mortgage payment is more than $30,000. Well, there is no hope. Rogers, what about Luke Cage? Natasha, don't mention him. He borrowed $50,000 from me last month and hasn't paid it back. He seems to be always short of money. There's still one white tiger left in the Avengers. Rogers doesn't plan to ask about it. He is probably the same as the above ones. They're all poor. Hey. The four sighed in unison. Forget it, we'll figure it out later. Rogers could only put it aside for the time being. He started talking about the new measures that he had heard Hill talk about before. Hill said that starting tomorrow, SHIELD will cancel the supply of free coffee and donuts. Bang, someone broke a piece of porcelain. And the air conditioning needs to be adjusted. I guess it will be that the cold is not cold enough and the hot is not hot enough in the future. Bang, another one. And the dining system has also been changed, and the midnight snack has also been changed. The payment of water, electricity, gas and self-service laundry will start to charge money. Bang, bang, bang. Rogers lowered his head and pretended not to hear. He felt that his new home was about to be ruined. Would there be enough dishes for dinner tonight? He doubted it. He couldn't help but start to see who was smashing the dishes in his house, but now Natasha and the other two seemed to be busy with other things. They quickly searched for their phones and muttered to themselves. Coulson, it seems that there are 3 websites that need part-time programmers for network maintenance. I hope they haven't hired enough people yet. Hawkeye Barton, what was the last phone call of the archery club? See if they still need a coach now. Natasha, Stark. Although he is a playboy, he is not my type. But he asked me to be his personal secretary, and the salary is still very good. Captain Rogers finally gave up, and he could only lean on the sofa in vain. It's not easy to lead a team of heroes. Suddenly, an urgent news interruption appeared on the TV news. and the news anchor read the script with a serious face. This is a news interruption. Ever since the last SHIELD prison incident attracted widespread attention from the citizens, SHIELD has recently been involved in a new scandal. A hero who once protected the city from supervillains in the SHIELD prison incident has recently been very distressed by something. That's the salary dispute between him and SHIELD. It is said that SHIELD has owed him $1 million in salary, and he is now protesting with a sign at the gate of SHIELD. Let's contact the reporters on the scene now. The TV remote control in Roger's hand fell silently. Chapter 328. The powerful Wade Wilson. On a simple platform built from abandoned wooden crates, Deadpool Wade, wearing a red and black uniform and carrying two long knives, cleared his throat. He held a megaphone in his hand, and a circle of reporters surrounded him. There were reporters from the Daily Bugle, Fox News New York, ABC, and other media. More onlookers stood in more peripheral places, holding their mobile phones to record videos. Among them were some anchors with great appeal on the internet, and some had even turned on the signal of the video live broadcast room. Even if they had to bear the expensive 4G traffic fee, they had to start live broadcasting. For these anchors, the audience in the room are their parents, and every melon seed or fishbowl they give out is their income. Not to mention the local tycoons who brush rockets, planes and sports cars, they are their real fathers. As for why these people gathered around Wade, and even turned on the traffic to do live broadcasts? The reason is simple. Across from Wade is SHIELD. And next to Wade is an extremely large sign. The sign was painted with red paint and had several eye-catching words. SHIELD embezzled money, and the little mercenary swallowed his anger. Well, why does this sign feel wrong? But if you think about it carefully, it seems that there is nothing wrong. To put it simply, it is a fight between unpaid migrant workers and unscrupulous real estate mayhem, a professional mercenary asking SHIELD for debt. SHIELD didn't know if it was unlucky this year. At the beginning of the year, it encountered Hydra, and then the SHIELD prison went wild, followed by the headquarters being trapped, and the sky carrier fell again. These things have pushed SHIELD to the forefront of public opinion. It was not easy to calm down for a few days, and now Wade contacted the TV station to break the news about SHIELD's unpaid wages, which once again pushed SHIELD to the forefront. Yes, that's right. It was Wade who broke the news to the TV station that SHIELD owed money and sent emails to the anchors of major live broadcast platforms, telling them that big news would happen at the door of SHIELD today. Debt is a science, and debt collection is even more of a science. Wade, who has been in the mercenary industry for a long time, has long been well aware of this. When dealing with a formal government organization like SHIELD, he will naturally use corresponding means to collect debts. Of course, this debt collection method will only be used when it is found that the usual methods such as throwing feces, welding doors and spraying red paint are ineffective against the debtor. Now all the cameras and mobile phones in the venue are aimed at Wade. For today's action, Wade also deliberately put on a black suit over his red and black tights uniform and tied a bow tie for himself. Hey, sound check, Deadpool is a handsome guy. Wade was adjusting the volume with his loudspeaker. Inside SHIELD, Hill has also received reports from his subordinates. The farce that Deadpool is currently going on outside SHIELD. Can he be arrested? Hill felt very headache. She suddenly felt that it would be better to let Nick continue to be the director and herself as the adjutant. I'm afraid it's not easy for the director. There are too many reporters on the scene. It's easy to cause a bigger conflict. The agent in charge of reporting was also helpless. Outside SHIELD, Wade held a sign and a megaphone, and began his protest on a simple platform. SHIELD agents are shameless and scoundrels, deceiving the justice of weak mercenaries. They beat people to death and then withheld commissions and refused to pay. SHIELD agent, Hawkeye Barton, is untrustworthy. He abandoned his home after the promised commission could not be fulfilled, and threatened that if I continued to collect debts, he would throw feces, weld the door, and spray red paint on my residence as a threat. Facing the camera, Wade walked around on the simple platform holding a sign, so that the cameras of major TV stations could shoot it. He also spoke loudly with a megaphone. He also shouted his own slogan for this. And he cried while speaking, and there was a feeling of being forced into a corner by SHIELD with tears and sobs. Large departments don't pay back their debts, and weak mercenaries have no way to express their suffering. The villains who kill and set fires get rich, while the heroes who do justice go hungry. As the cameras recorded, the image and slogan of Deadpool Wade instantly spread throughout the United States. Hawkeye Barton, who was hiding in Roger's house, heard Deadpool's speech on TV and felt like vomiting blood. "It's me. It's me. It's me." Barton was a little furious. "It's me who was splashed with feces, welded doors and sprayed with paint, and it's me who was made homeless. It's not him." Rogers and the other two looked at him with sympathy, but there was nothing they could do. After all, when social news is broadcast, government departments are naturally given a strong position, and those who confront the government are all vulnerable groups worthy of sympathy. On the private plane of the Osborne Group, Lee G and the other three who had already flown from Japan to the United States also watched the news. Puff. Seeing Wade's speech in the news, Lee G couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of coke. Harry and Peter were also confused. "S.H.I.E.L.D. is having bad luck." Harry was silent for a long time before he said in a low voice, "This is what Asians call bad luck." Peter added a stab silently. "Hawkeye will probably have a hard time in the future." Lee G's target of the stab was more specific. At the scene of S.H.I.E.L.D., a reporter from Fox News New York climbed up a simple high platform and pointed the microphone at Wade. Reporter: "Hello, Mr. Deadpool, this is your nickname, right?" Wade: "Yes." "How much salary does S.H.I.E.L.D. owe you?" "1 million. Are you an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.? "No, I'm a mercenary. I specialize in solving problems that S.H.I.E.L.D. can't solve. For example, the last prisoner escape in the S.H.I.E.L.D. prison, Agent Hawkeye Barton found me and promised me a reward of $1 million to help solve this matter." Wade said this while lowering his head and sighing. Although his uniform with a mask made it difficult to see his appearance, his tone was already crying. $1 million may seem like a lot, but according to U.S. tax law, I still have to pay 45% in taxes. "You mean you have to pay a high tax to the U.S. government for the $1 million you earned by fighting those supervillains with your life?" The reporter keenly caught the explosive point in Wade's words. "Yes, I have always been an honest, law-abiding, kind and just American citizen." Wade lowered his head and wiped the mask from his eyes with his hand. He looked like he was crying. "Paying taxes is my innate obligation. Even if the money came from such a dangerous place, what you did was to save the city, and the government still collected taxes from you." The reporter continued to grasp the explosive point. "Yes, paying taxes is the obligation of every good citizen, and I never evade it." Wade's tone was as real as it was. Barton in front of the TV was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. "He is lying. When did he pay taxes for his commission? This is something everyone in the industry knows. But ordinary people don't know, they are not insiders." Natasha couldn't help but hug Barton from behind, her tone full of an indescribable sympathy. On the plane, Lee G, who was watching the news via satellite signals, also took a breath of cold air and couldn't help but stammer. "Too cheap, too cheap, too shameless." At the scene of S.H.I.E.L.D., Wade's interview continued. Wade continued to speak. "It is my supreme honor to shed every drop of blood for this country. Originally, even if S.H.I.E.L.D. and Agent Barton didn't give me this commission, I didn't care much." Wade's tone was unusually low. As an experienced reporter, he quickly found clues that could be traced in Wade's words. "So what made you choose to ask for salary in this way?" "Because I am a patient with a serious skin disease. I need this money for follow-up treatment for my disease. And I have several patients with the same disease. Their income is even more difficult, and I have always been responsible for their medical expenses." But Hawkeye Barton withheld the money. He refused to pay this life-saving money in various ways. Wade said as he lifted the sleeve of his uniform, revealing the uneven and bumpy skin under the uniform, which looked like rotten. Although it looked disgusting, all the TV cameras gave Wade a close-up. "He's lying. He doesn't have a skin disease." Barton felt like he was about to collapse. Lee G on the plane couldn't help but cheer for Wade. "My God, this guy shouldn't be a mercenary, he should be doing marketing. He knows how to mobilize the emotions of the audience in front of the TV. The American audience who are watching this show are going crazy, and the internet is full of anger. Netizen A, see? This is the fate of patriots in this country. They pay taxes according to the law and contribute to the country. After being injured and sick, they are still owed wages. America is hopeless. Netizen B, I said 10 years ago that America is already terminally ill, but some people still don't believe it. Netizen C, the above is wrong. Since the collapse of the Soviet Union, this country has been going downhill. Well, I won't say any more. I'm saving money to immigrate. I plan to save some money and immigrate to Australia in 2 years. Netizen D, God destroy America. Net is an E. SHIELD must give this righteous mercenary an explanation. Net is an F. Hawkeye Barton must accept legal sanctions. Net is an G. That's right. Please like if you support sanctions against Barton. The post was instantly liked. At Roger's home in Long Island, Natasha hugged Barton from behind, hoping to give him some encouragement. The eyes of Kelson and Rogers looking at Barton were no longer sympathetic. Their eyes and expressions now looked like they were attending Barton's last funeral. Barton stood there for a long time and then let out a terrifying roar. Wade Wilson. I'm going to kill him. At this time, the plane of the Osborne Group also landed at the New York International Airport. Lee G and the other two finally returned to New York after a long absence. New York is now very different from when they just left. Nick's resignation has caused a shock to SHIELD, and now Deadpool's salary-demanding trend has once again pushed SHIELD to the forefront. In addition, the New York City mayoral election is about to begin. New York is now in turmoil. Chapter 329 Home. Back in New York, Lee G and his two friends felt as if they had been away for a long time. In fact, they had only spent a total of more than 10 days in Japan and hell. But it felt like a lifetime ago. Back in New York, back to normal life. There was no annoying intrigue among the Hell Gods, no domestic violence by the Japanese Wolverines that shattered people's worldviews. Walking on the road back here, even the exhaust gas they breathed was a familiar smell. Because there are more diesel cars in the United States, and more hybrid cars in Japan. Of course, there is also the upcoming SAT exam, which is known as the American College Entrance Examination. This is the standard that most American universities need to refer to when admitting students. Of course, Lee G and his two friends didn't care much about it. Lee G took the SAT entirely for his grandfather Li Rong. Li Rong is a completely old-fashioned Chinese. He inherited the most traditional idea of studying hard and having a promising future from Lee Ji's great-grandfather. So Lee Ji's father Li En was also a top student at the University of California, and only worked for Goldman Sachs after graduation. Lee Ji was not going to go to college, and his parents didn't object too much. After all, everyone has their own life trajectory, and the important thing is to find what you want. And whether this desired life can guarantee the most basic survival. Peter Parker needs to continue his studies, and he has already chosen New York University as the school for further study. However, because of Dr. Connors' recommendation letter and a paper on biology he submitted, he had already been admitted to New York University in advance. Now Peter Parker's name has already been included in the list of freshmen at New York University, and the SAT score is dispensable for him, just a formality. As for Harry Osborn, there is no need for him to even go through the formalities of the SAT. As the leader of one of the world's top groups, Harry does not have much time to go to school. But maybe he will go to a higher education institution to register his name. Believe me, no university in the world will refuse such a small request from a billionaire. Being able to give their school an honorary alumnus like this is a huge benefit for the school itself. So, that Dakin finally left with Logan. The car that came to pick up Harry was a luxurious Bentley. However, Peter had just passed the driver's license not long ago and felt a little itchy, so Harry asked the driver to go back and gave the right to drive to Peter. Peter said as he drove the Bentley, feeling the excellent handling of this luxury car worth millions of dollars. After hearing what you said, Jason, I think Dakin's personality has probably been seriously distorted. Sitting in the back seat of the Bentley were Lee Ji and Harry. Harry heard about the situation of Logan's son on the road, and said a little pessimistically, "Do you think that the professor of the mutant school, Professor Charles, can turn that child back?" Lee Ji shrugged. "I don't know. Although Charles is an excellent educator. But sometimes education can't solve all problems. Especially the darkness deep in the heart. Dakin has been with Mariko for too long. That woman is simply a lunatic. Fortunately, she died. Lee Ji was somewhat fortunate that the crazy woman finally died. If Professor Charles is willing to be a little more ruthless and use some more radical methods, I think Dakin should be able to get his personality back." Lee Ji was referring to the professor's super brainwave interference ability. If the professor wanted to, he could even completely modify all of Dakin's memories of the past 15 years. But with Charles's personality, he probably wouldn't do that. After Mariko's death, the Yashida group fell apart. The Osborne group can try to absorb more of the Yashida group's legacy. The carbon steel material she has is very special. Li Ji changed the topic to the current situation of the Yashida group. It's already being done, not just me. The Stark group has also begun to swallow up the Yashida group. And the governments of Japan, China, and the United States are all wrestling. Harry patted his cheek lightly. I don't want to talk about these things now. The trip to Japan is already very annoying. Now I just want to go home and turn on the computer to play WoW for 3 hours. Annoying. Harry's mobile phone received a message. He checked it and couldn't help complaining. What's wrong? Peter, who was driving, asked. The Stark Industrial Expo is about to open, and there are more than 3 months left. The Osborne Group is also an exhibitor. The Secretary Group asked me how I would like to participate in the exhibition. Harry said, a little depressed. He just wanted to have a good rest now. Li Ji took Harry's mobile phone from his hand and pressed the power button directly. Why are you in such a hurry? There are still more than 3 months left. It's just the Stark Industrial Expo, not the Osborne Industrial Expo. Don't bother with these boring things now. If you want to rest, then take a good rest for a few days. I think Mary Jane missed you a lot during your absence. Go find her. At least relax for a few days. Queens, Li Ji's home. Li Ji returned home again after being away for more than half a month. This was the longest time Li Ji had been away from home in his life. His family was as lively as celebrating a festival when he came back. Grandpa Li Rong even broke the routine and did not stay in the store today, but went home early to wait for his grandson to come back. Mother Gadalai had already prepared the dishes that Li Ji liked. And his father, who had not slipped away, stepped forward and put his arm around Li Ji's shoulders as soon as he saw Li Ji, and whispered in Li Ji's ear. Hey. You went to Japan for so long. Dad, this is work. Huh? Li En had a suspicious look in his eyes. Tell my son that I know Japan is a relatively open country. We all know about kabukicho on the streets of Tokyo on TV. Even the video rental store on the corner of our community has many adult videos from Japan. Oh. Dad? Li Ji held his forehead helplessly. That doesn't mean I want to say anything to you. After all, if you are a young person, well you know. Lian squeezed out a you-know expression. The main thing is to pay attention to safety. Mother Jia Silly heard the conversation between Lian and Li Ji, and said to Lian angrily. Is this how you set an example for your children? Hey, your mother is angry. I have to go and comfort her now. Let's talk about your matter in your room later. Lian made a shooting gesture to Li Ji, and then quickly ran to comfort his wife. Li Ji looked at this scene and laughed out loud from the bottom of his heart for some reason. Chapter 330, The Hero's Troubles and the Captain's Visit. Today, there is a big surprise for foodies in New York City. The Jason food truck that once created a good reputation in New York City has appeared again. Almost a year ago, this food truck suddenly appeared on the streets of New York. With its excellent taste, it has won extraordinary reputation in the fast food truck industry in New York. There's even a subpage dedicated to this food truck on the New York Food website. A food truck has received the same treatment as many well-known stores. But in the past few months, this food truck seems to have disappeared. It is hard to find a trace. This has caused many fans who can't forget the delicious food made by Li Ji to go to the website to urge Li Ji to set up a stall quickly to satisfy their appetite. And today, this food truck, which has been silent for a long time, has set up a stall again. The location is near Central Park. The gourmets who have already received the news came to the location where the stall was scheduled to be set up early to line up and wait. For people, there are always various pressures in life. When there is pressure, there is a way to relieve it. Some people vent it with violence, and some people play games and watch movies. Some people go traveling. In short, everyone has different ways to vent the pressure accumulated in life. As a chef who is secretly a superhero, Li Ji relieves his stress by cooking. Making food is an art in itself. Watching the ingredients from raw to cooked in front of the hot stove. Smelling the aroma of the ingredients forced out by the heat, the fat jumping freely on the iron plate. And the bread with the aroma of wheat grains. The process of processing these foods is an enjoyable process in itself. The right amount of oil, the right salt, and the right spices. Delicious food can not only cure your hungry stomach, but also soothe the indifferent heart in the big city. At least when you eat delicious food, you will feel that your hard work in a big city, getting up early and working late, and working hard, is at least worth it at this moment. Because at least at this moment, The keen taste buds will tell you that at least at this moment, you are still alive. Today is the first time in a long time that Li Ji has opened a stall again. He had expected that there would be many customers queuing up. So he specially prepared a lot of ingredients. He planned to open for an extra long time today to satisfy the customers who supported him. However, when Li Ji started to set up the stall, he never thought that today's fast food truck would not only welcome many ordinary customers, but also many special customers. The first special customer Li Ji welcomed was a beautiful black woman. Her skin color was expected to be brown rather than black. She looked like a black person who had been mixed for many generations. The woman was very beautiful, and Li Ji actually knew her. Well, Osborn's current hematologist, the inventor of the purification serum, and Blade's current girlfriend, Jen Kalin. And following behind Jen Kalin was Li Ji's old acquaintance, Blade. He carried his usual mithril longsword on his back, and was a little nervous and alert. 2 special burgers. Jen Kalin ordered outside the fast food truck. Li Ji nodded without speaking, and started to prepare immediately. Can you be less nervous? Jen Kalin glanced at Blade who was guarding her, and said helplessly. SHIELD could be breached by the stubborn vampires. I'm just protecting you. Blade said as coolly as ever. Okay. I know you're doing this for my own good, my hero. But we're out on a date. Can you relax a little? Wouldn't it be nice to take a nice walk in Central Park? Let's put SHIELD and the vampires aside for now. Jennifer said coquettishly. What do you think we should do with the new house we bought? How about more a bohemian style? Blade's face froze for a moment, but he had a dead look on his face and most people couldn't tell. Listen, I think we shouldn't do the renovation for now, at least wait 2 months. Why? Jennifer glanced at Blade. Blade's face froze even more, and he lowered his voice and spoke to Jennifer. The housing prices in the Upper East Side of Manhattan are too expensive. Our house is worth more than $3 million. I have already spent all my savings and have to pay back a loan of more than $30,000 every month. At least wait until my salary from the Avengers comes in next month. I said, I can pay. My salary at Osborn is enough to support the expenses of both of us. I don't expect you to work for the Avengers. The work there is not decent and dangerous. The burgers that Li Ji prepared for the two were ready. He listened to the conversation between the two quietly and handed the burgers to Zon Kalin silently. After Zon Kalin took the money, she took the burger and walked away with Blade. As they walked, Li Ji could still vaguely hear the conversation between the two. Don't be too chauvinistic. In fact, I will support the family. You can clean the house, wash clothes, cook, etc. at home. As long as you. Li Ji was silent for a while and shook his head. He couldn't imagine Blade taking off his combat uniform, wearing sunglasses and an apron to clean and cook at home. And another surprising guest came 20 minutes later. He ordered food while talking on the phone. Lawyer Damon, I know that such a lawsuit is difficult. But that company belongs to me. It was left to me by my father. I need to get it back. It is my Daniel Rand's property. Li Ji pricked up his ears and listened. Daniel Rand, maybe it's Iron Fist? I know the litigation fee will be expensive, but you should at least give me a number first. I have found a job with a fairly good salary, so I should be able to afford the lawyer's fee. Iron Fist, who was dressed in a casual suit today. Oh no, it was Daniel leaning against a food delivery port of the fast food truck and calling his lawyer. What? $3 million. Why don't you rob? Li Ji handed the finished hamburger to Daniel, who was furious now. Maybe the price of the litigation fee scared him. He hurriedly took out $10 from his pocket to signal Li Ji not to change. Daniel, who took the hamburger, was still negotiating with his lawyer. Lawyer Damon, I think there is room for negotiation on the price. You see, every penny I make is earned with my own blood and life. What? Oh no, I am not engaged in any illegal profession. In fact, I work for the government and my duties are similar to those of the police, but the criminals I arrest are more brutal. Li Ji watched Iron Fist Daniel slowly walk away and couldn't help shaking his head again. Superheroes also have troubles, such as lawsuits. The third wave of special guests are old acquaintances, Gwen and Peter. But it seems that the two of them are not here to eat burgers. Gwen only ordered a drink and she looked a little angry. Hi Jason. She greeted reluctantly. Because Peter was chasing Gwen and mumbling to her. Gwen, you must break off contact with a painter named Ivy. Peter said firmly. When Li Ji heard it, Ivy was the female painter in his company. What does Peter mean by asking Gwen to break off contact with her now? Lee Ji showed a confused look, and Gwen seemed very angry when he heard Peter's request. She is my classmate, and one of my best friends. Who are you to ask me for this and that? Peter Parker. You are just my boyfriend, not my husband. And even if you become my husband, you have no right to interfere with who I make friends with. Gwen's beautiful blue eyes widened, staring at Peter, and said without giving in. Wait. What's going on? At this time, Lee Ji had to come forward to be a peacemaker, at least not to let Gwen and Peter break up in front of him. Jason, you know. In addition to being an artist in your company, Ivy also serializes some fan works on the website. Peter was referring to those BL works. Lee Ji nodded to show that he understood. Peter's tone became very strange. And I didn't know until today that Ivy was just an artist for those comics. The screenwriter was Gwen. Especially those stories about Spider-Man, they were all written by Gwen. Poof. Lee Ji almost spit out the water he just drank. Although he had heard Ivy say that Gwen was the screenwriter of those BL comics. But hearing from Peter that Gwen is the screenwriter of a series of Spider-Man-themed comics, this news still feels very exciting. So, you know. Jason. Peter looked at Lee Ji and smiled, but the smile was uglier than crying. That's my hobby, Peter. You have no right to interfere with my hobby as a screenwriter. Just like I never care about you playing WoW in the middle of the night. Gwen looks sweet, but there is still a pungent side in her personality. Then you can at least change a hero, don't use Spider-Man, okay? Lee Ji felt that Peter was about to cry. I just like Spider-Man, I like his heroic figure flying around in the city. Spider-Man is much more handsome than you. If you were my boyfriend, I believe that a hero like him would never interfere with my little hobby. Unlike you, who cares about trivial things? Gwen picked up the drink angrily and left. Peter could only wave at Lee Ji. I'll give you the money next time. He hurried to chase Gwen. Gwen, I like Spider-Man, but I believe Spider-Man is like me. The two lovers played and moved away from Lee Ji's side. Lee Ji's face was stiff for a long time, and he didn't know what expression to use to express his current mood. So he simply put on a dead face. The last special guest was a sturdy man wearing a denim jacket and a baseball cap. Guest, what do you want to order? Lee Ji asked as usual. One Jason special burger, plus an onion ring. Why does this voice sound familiar? Lee Ji carefully looked at the face under the baseball cap. A handsome and tough face, beautiful blue eyes, a straight nose and deep eye sockets. He looks extremely handsome and has a very masculine charm. This man looks like a lion king who has just grown up and is now starting to rule the lion group. It seems that no difficulty can defeat him. Lee Ji also knows this man, and it should be said that most Americans know him, Captain America Steve Rogers. I called your comic company and they told me that their boss is setting up a stall here to sell snacks. So do you have time to chat, Mr. Lee? Captain Rogers smiled warmly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331, Some Things About Copyright. It is obviously not a good idea to meet and talk with Captain America in a crowded place like Central Park in New York. And Lee Ji's fast food truck is still open. So after handing Rogers the burgers and onion rings he ordered, Lee Ji said, Okay, Captain. But this is not a good place to talk. Maybe we should go somewhere else. Lee Ji didn't expect that when he was still in Japan. Iron Fist specifically said when he left that Captain Rogers needed to find Nightwalker for something. But now Lee Ji, as Nightwalker, has not met the Captain yet. Instead, the Captain came to see him first. Of course, this is not because he knows that Lee Ji is Nightwalker. It's just to find Lee Ji, who is still a senior high school student, a part-time chef, the owner of Marvel Comics, and a senior consultant of Osborn Group. Although Captain Rogers was a little anxious to find Lee Ji still set the specific time for the meeting at 10 o'clock this weekend. The meeting place was chosen at the headquarters of Marvel Comics in Queens. Welcome, Captain Rogers. Steve Rogers arrived at Lee Ji's company on time. Lee Ji had been waiting for him in his office early this morning. Thank you for taking the time to see me, Mr. Lee. Rogers nodded to Lee Ji and said a few words. "Oh, you're welcome. You should know that you are an idol in this country. No one will refuse to have a good chat with Captain America." Lee Ji smiled at Rogers. "Well, with Captain Rogers' busy work, he can still take time to come to our comic company. If you have something to ask me, you can get straight to the point." Lee Ji gestured to Rogers, signaling him not to be polite. "If we can do it, I'm happy to help." Rogers sat opposite Lee Ji's desk, and he crossed his hands and rubbed his hands. "Mr. Lee, have you watched TV recently? News about SHIELD?" Lee Ji pondered for a while. "Maybe it's not very polite, but the news about S.H.I.E.L.D. recently is not very friendly. You know, Captain, for example, a certain agent deceived the mercenary to complete the task he was supposed to do, and was owed wages or something like that." Rogers sighed. It was too embarrassing to talk about such things. "Yes, S.H.I.E.L.D. is in a difficult situation at the moment. Our finances are a bit tight. Now even the free coffee and donuts have been cancelled." Regarding the financial difficulties of S.H.I.E.L.D., even if Rogers didn't tell Lee Ji, it would not be concealed for long. Some sharp reporters have already smelled this smell. So Rogers has nothing to hide. This is no longer a secret. "Oh, I'm sorry, Captain." Lee Ji just remembered that he hadn't prepared coffee for Rogers, who came in after hearing what Rogers said just now, which was a bit impolite. "We provide free coffee for employees here. So Captain, would you like a cup? There are 2 choices of black coffee and milk coffee." Lee Ji asked. "Thank you, black coffee. By the way, we also provide free donuts here. Would you like some, Captain? They are directly supplied by the best bakeries in New York." "Thank you, then have one too. What flavor do you like? Chocolate, blueberry, raspberry, or ice cream?" Rogers rubbed his hands harder. "Do you have the old-fashioned frosted ones?" Yes." Lee Ji thought for a while and confirmed. He pressed a button on the phone on the table and asked the office assistant outside his door to help bring coffee and donuts. "Bring a cup of black coffee and a few frosted donuts." The secretary on the other end of the phone. "Frosted donuts, boss? Are you talking about the most unpopular and the worst kind?" Lee Ji: "Yes, that kind." Rogers felt his throat tightened a little. "Are you sure, boss?" "I'm sure." "Bring it in quickly." Rogers felt that it would be better for him not to eat that donut. But Lee Ji hung up the phone quickly, not giving Rogers a chance to refuse. "So, where were we just talking about, Captain?" "Oh. Right. About the funding of S.H.I.E.L.D." Lee Ji looked embarrassed. "You know, Captain, we are just a small company. It is impossible for us to provide funding for a large government department like S.H.I.E.L.D. First of all, it is illegal. In addition, we don't have that much money. Maybe Tony Stark is willing to help." Lee Ji passed the blame to his old friend Tony Stark. "I understand, so I'm not here for this." While Rogers was talking, the office assistant had already brought coffee and donuts. Seeing the frosted donuts in front of him, Rogers decided not to pick them up and eat them. "I learned about your company from Iron Fist and Blade. Did you acquire their copyright? Adapted into a hero comic?" "Yes, Captain. I always think that superheroes are role models for this society. They do positive things and fight against evil. These are worth promoting. And heroes can get hurt and die. Superheroes are not a job with a fixed income." Maybe the Avengers are the exception." Lee Ji looked at Rogers and said. "So I bought the copyrights of these heroes and published their comics. I want to make their heroic deeds widely known, set an example for everyone, and share some of the copyright income with them. For example, I sign profit-sharing agreements with Iron Fist and Blade. The better their comics sell, the more copyright income they can get. From January this year to now, in the 4 months, I have paid Iron Fist and Blade royalties of $200,000 each. As long as they continue to be heroes and continue to fight villains. As long as they increase their popularity, their comic sales will increase in the future, and the share will increase." Lee Ji roughly talked about the company's copyright income. Blade and Iron Fist were not very popular in the public eye before, and the sales of comics were only average, so the royalties were not high. Now Marvel's best-selling is the Spider-Man series, and the second is the Nightcrawler series. The royalties paid to Peter Parker have accumulated to more than $1 million, and peripheral animation and peripheral manufacturers have begun to negotiate agency matters. It can be predicted that Peter's future income will be an astronomical figure. The story design of the Spider-Man series is relatively sunny, and it appeals to all ages. The story of Nightcrawler series is set by the editor to be heavy and dark, and is for adults, so the sales volume is not as good as Spider-Man. Rogers nodded. Although your company is not big now, I like your concept, so I came to you. Lee raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? You know, Hawkeye is in trouble recently. He needs money, so he wants to sell the copyright of his image, and without mentioning the secrets of S.H.I.E.L.D., he can provide some battle stories he has experienced as materials for comic adaptation. Rogers poured out the real purpose of his visit. But Lee shook his head after hearing it. Excuse me, Captain. Agent Hawkeye Barton has been very popular recently. But none of his news is positive. To be honest, I don't even dare to let Hawkeye's image appear in any of our company's comics, not even a cameo. Not to mention his solo comics. Now the internet is full of scolding about him withholding Deadpool's commission. Some people have already shouted that S.H.I.E.L.D. should fire this scum. Lee said the truth, so Rogers couldn't refute it. At least in the next 1 or 2 years, the name Hawkeye is worthless. Not only is it worthless, it will even reduce the company's sales. Lee spread his hands to indicate that the name Hawkeye has been completely tarnished by Deadpool. So it can't be sold, right? Rogers was a little disappointed. He was ready to leave. It's not impossible. There is a kind of investment called advance investment. I believe Hawkeye's reputation will be restored in the future. Lee thought that as long as the Battle of New York broke out, even if Hawkeye fell into the ink pit before, he could be cleared. But the royalties won't be the same as Iron Fist and Blade. Lee first gave Captain Rogers a shot of caution. So how much can it be? Rogers knew that Hawkeye was almost broken by Deadpool, and now he just wanted to get the money as soon as possible to get rid of Deadpool. $1 million. Lee smiled. $1 million. Rogers was a little surprised. $1 million, I can pay it in one lump sum. But I have to buy all the copyrights of Hawkeye for the next 10 years, including the peripherals of the figures, and even the big movies and games that will be launched in the future. In the next 10 years, these incomes will not give any royalties to Hawkeye Agent. Lee said that he was not completely doing charity. After all, the name Hawkeye will be useless in the next 2 or 3 years. It will take a lot of time and energy to run it. Rogers pondered for a while, and he couldn't figure out whether Lee's condition was good or not. He decided to go home and ask Hawkeye for his own opinion. Compared to Hawkeye, Captain Rogers, you are the real star of SHIELD. Lee took a sip of black coffee, picked up a frosted sugar donut and took a bite. Captain Rogers, who was still thinking, looked at Lee and asked with some confusion. What? Lee finished the donut in 2 or 3 bites and patted the remaining frosting sugar powder on his hands. Do you know how much money Coca-Cola spent this year to print the image of Captain America Steve Rogers on the packaging of their Coke bottles? What? Rogers was confused. He couldn't figure out what Lee was talking about. Lee looked at Rogers' confused look and smiled helplessly. $30 million, this is just 1 year's endorsement fee. But I don't think this money should have been deposited into your account, right, Captain Rogers? Chapter 332 Rogers' Terrifying Net Worth. When Lee met Captain Rogers again, a week had passed. This time, besides Captain Rogers, Hawkeye and Coulson also came to Lee's office. Lee could tell from Hawkeye's appearance that he was under great pressure. Hawkeye Barton seemed to be afraid of being recognized by others. When he went out, he not only wore a pullover but also a cap. When he walked, he also tried to keep his head down so that people wouldn't see his face. And all this was due to Deadpool. This guy, who was considered the leader of the mercenary world, published Hawkeye's photos on the internet. From daily life photos to photos of him wearing agent uniforms, everything was available. With Deadpool's unremitting publicity, Hawkeye's name was completely stinking. He now even needed to put on makeup when he went on a mission, for fear that anyone would recognize him. There were indeed a lot of voices on the internet calling for his death. This also left him with little room for bargaining on the price offered by Lee. $1 million to buy out the copyright of Hawkeye's image for the next 10 years, and all the income from derivative products in the future would be given to Hawkeye as royalties. After a week of consideration, Barton agreed to the condition. So today's meeting took place. As for Coulson, he came to help Hawkeye cover up. The paparazzi are now frantically looking for Barton. Now they are eager to dig out more inside information from S.H.I.E.L.D. Hill has made it clear that there is no extra money to pay Deadpool $1 million. Because she has bigger troubles to solve now. Her new savings policy has been implemented for less than 10 days, and it has already encountered strong resistance from within S.H.I.E.L.D. Our work requires free coffee. We also need free donuts. Such slogans were posted by agents in the corridors of the headquarters building. And who posted them has not been caught yet. There are also similar ones. The air conditioner in the fully enclosed laboratory is like it's not working. It's impossible to work at ease in the high temperature of 35 degrees. The buffet in the employee cafeteria has been cancelled. The food server never fills my plate. I haven't eaten enough for 3 meals. Such complaints. Hill has a very headache. The funding for the normal work of S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot be reduced, and the subsidies for disabled retired agents cannot be reduced. But she no longer has any extra money in her pocket. The Security Council repeatedly rejected her proposal to increase the budget. She is now wrestling with the Security Council in Washington. Putting aside the troubles of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s acting director, Hawkeye now just wants to get the money quickly and deal with Deadpool. He has proposed to Captain Rogers more than once that he should simply gather the Avengers and then arrest Deadpool and throw him into prison to put an end to it. But Captain Rogers obviously would not agree with this approach. Because it is obviously too illegal to do so. The authorization contract with Hawkeye was drafted by the firm of lawyer Matt. This man is Daredevil at night and a lawyer during the day. He has also been the legal advisor of Marvel. Here is a cash check for $1 million. Please keep it, Agent Barton. After Barton signed the contract, Leachy handed him the envelope that had already been filled with a check. Hawkeye took the envelope and felt a little relieved. This way, the problem of Deadpool is solved. Maybe. By the way, Captain. Do you remember what I told you last time? After Leachy handed the check to Barton, he turned to look at Rogers. Are you talking about the image endorsement fee for Coca-Cola? I still don't quite understand it. Rogers shrugged. Hawkeye and Coulson both turned their eyes to Rogers. They were a little curious about what Leachy talked about with Rogers last time. Since the last chat with Rogers, Leachy has actually done some homework this week. And a few days before Matt came today, he discussed a more important issue with him. How to get the copyright of Steve Rogers. Undoubtedly, if Marvel can sign the copyright of Captain Rogers, it will play a vital role in the development of the entire company. Because only in this world can you truly feel how terrible the appeal of Steve Rogers, the world's first superhero who pulled the world back from the brink of destruction, is. Leachy cleared his throat and said to the 3 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in front of him and Matt, who was explaining the legal provisions. This is copyright law and portrait rights, Captain Rogers. You can ask Attorney Matt to give you a detailed explanation of the legal aspects later. I am just briefly talking about some things related to you now. Leachy opened the documents he had prepared long ago. These were some of the preparations he had made in the past few days. We talked about the issue of Coca-Cola spending $30 million to use your image as an endorsement last time. I want to talk about how meticulously the copyright of your image has been divided. In the modern beverage market, Captain Rogers' copyright is roughly divided into 3 parts. One is carbonated soft drinks, juice drinks, and dairy products. Sports drinks have some overlap with carbonated drinks, so the copyright of sports drinks is combined with carbonated drinks. In the carbonated beverage market, Coca-Cola spent $30 million to purchase Captain Rogers' 1-year endorsement fee. For juice, Lang spent about $7 million to purchase Captain Rogers' print media publicity rights. For dairy products, China's Magni bought a copyright, and the cost that can be found is $11 million a year. They seem to want to open up the market in America and Europe, so they chose Captain Rogers as the endorsement. Leachy felt strange when he said this. Barton and Coulson exclaimed and looked at the captain. I didn't expect Rogers' advertising fee to be so high. Thinking of this, Hawkeye suddenly felt that the $1 million check in his hand was very small. Then in the sports brand, Puma also spent a lot of money to buy the sportswear endorsement rights of Captain Rogers in order to compete with Adidas and Nike. And about the car, this is about the watch? Leachy talked about it for about 10 minutes. Just from what he could find, there are no less than 50 endorsement advertisements with Captain Rogers as the image this year. And most of them are big brands. They are located in various regions around the world. It can be said that there are Rogers advertisements in every continent. And this year alone, Captain Rogers' advertising endorsement fees have reached nearly $700 million. Well, Captain Rogers, any Hollywood star will bow down in front of you. Lee Ji finally calculated the statistics and still felt shocked. Rogers was a little confused. He was a little confused. Wait a minute, wait a minute. I have never shot an advertisement, and the money you are talking about, such a huge amount of money, has nothing to do with me. Lee Ji spread his hands. Indeed, Captain Rogers. You did not shoot any commercials, and this money has nothing to do with you. But you probably don't understand your influence in this world. In 2015, it was the 70th anniversary of the victory of the anti-Japanese war. The theme film Hero's Journey, jointly produced by Paramount and Walt Disney and directed by Steve Spielberg, swept the global box office. In the 12 weeks of its global release, it earned a super high box office of $2.67 billion. It became the second highest grossing film in global film history, second only to Avatar's $2.7 billion. But the DVD sales of Hero's Journey are 3 times that of Avatar. The number of online download clicks also exceeds that of Avatar. So the actual money made is much more than that of Avatar. And in addition to its extremely high commerciality, this film also has extremely high artistic quality. It swept major film awards around the world that year. Guess whose story this movie tells? Lee Ji looked into Rogers' eyes with a barely perceptible smile on his face. Captain America, Steve Rogers. I went to the cinema to watch this movie 5 times. It was great. It felt like I was participating in those thrilling battles with the captain. As Rogers' #1 fan, Coulson answered on behalf of Rogers. Captain Rogers turned his head to look at Coulson, with some disbelief in his eyes. Habitat Corporation began to obtain authorization in 1965, and they began to make toys and animations for Captain Rogers. Lego Blocks obtained the production license for building blocks. Lee Ji continued to explain to Rogers. In 1980, Bandai Company in Japan obtained the copyright for the cooperative share. The production of Captain America Rogers animation began to have the difference between the American version and the Japanese version. A large number of toys and animations about you almost filled the childhood of children born from 1960 to 2000. Lee Ji described the facts of this world. Various peripherals and derivative products, the name Steve Rogers has created endless profits. The era after the end of World War II was not peaceful, Captain. The Cold War confrontation lasted for 40 years. The confrontation between the two major armed groups of the United States and the Soviet Union made people live in fear. In that era of fear and anxiety, people were more eager for heroes. So your image was constantly mentioned even after the end of World War II. Especially in the years when you were away, Captain America became a symbol. Coulson and Hawkeye both nodded in agreement with Lee Ji's words. They both grew up watching the Captain America cartoon. And from 1960, which can be verified, to the present, more than 50 years. Your image has created nearly tens of billions of dollars in value. Far more than any known star in human history. And not a penny of this money has been put into your pocket. Rogers was about to say that his desire for money was not very strong, but he was interrupted by Lee Ji before he opened his mouth. Maybe you don't care about money, but haven't you ever thought that it's illegal for someone else to use your copyright like this without your permission? Don't you want to get back your portrait copyright? Whether you use it to make a profit in the future or not, at least your rights should belong to you and not be handed over to others, don't you think, Captain? Lee Ji's words really touched Rogers' heart. But speaking of this, you don't seem to have told me yet. Who owns my copyright now? Rogers thought for a while and said, your old friend, a department you have dealt with since you were a mascot during World War II instead of fighting on the battlefield. The U.S. military's political propaganda department. Chapter 333. You are a legend. Rogers is very familiar with the U.S. military's political propaganda department. Because for a long time after the success of the Super Soldier Plan, Captain Rogers, as a super soldier of the U.S. military, did not join the battlefield as a soldier. Instead, he went on various tours across the United States. In the 1930s, watching the circus was still one of the important ways for people to entertain themselves. At that time, there were not as many ways of entertainment as there are now. As a successful super soldier, Captain Rogers has extraordinary strength. If he squeezes out all the strength of his body, he can have about 1 ton of strength. He also has super high flexibility and body coordination. In his circus, Rogers is the biggest star. Every time he goes on tour, countless people will flock to him. They want to see what the strongest and most flexible man in the world looks like. In fact, the earliest Captain America uniform was born in the circus period. At that time, the costume was not designed for combat. It was just a performance costume that allowed Rogers to perform with the ballerinas in the circus. The name Captain America also first became famous in this circus. There was a short play performed in the circus at that time. The story was about a group of American soldiers beating up German and Japanese Axis soldiers. The leader of the group of American soldiers was Rogers. Rogers had a famous line in the play, "I punish you on behalf of the United States." So the name Captain America spread from this place and has not changed until now. You ask why Steve Rogers, the successful case of the super soldier, would perform in the circus? You are still too young and don't understand the true meaning of war. Since mid-1941, the Western Front in Europe has entered a state of total defeat. The European allies have entered a state of exhaustion and rely entirely on the will of the people to hold on. And Germany also began to attack the Soviet Union on the Eastern Front. At that time, Germany seemed unstoppable. It was only a matter of time before the world was unified. When the United States introduced the Wartime Arms Lend-Lease Act, the then U.S. President Roosevelt knew very well that if the Allies on the European front were not given certain support, Europe would be completely shrouded in the shadow of the Iron Cross flag. However, isolationism and conservatives were rampant in the United States at that time. These people always felt that the war would not have anything to do with the United States, and they could live in isolation on the North American continent forever. These people obstructed the passage of the Warrior Arms Lend-Lease Act, believing that this would bring disaster upon themselves. In order to change this isolationist attitude within the country, the U.S. military's political propaganda department was given important political propaganda work. They needed to appeal to the public to promote the importance of resisting the Axis powers. In the same year, the super soldier plan that was successfully tested was favored by the military. At that time, all the military believed that if Steve Rogers entered the battlefield, then the Allies would only get a super soldier. If this kind of soldier cannot be used on a large scale, it will not have a fundamental change in the war situation. And if Rogers is used as a signboard of the U.S. military, just like the popular poster girl now, then Captain Rogers has excellent appearance and super physique. These are enough to attract most young people. In today's more popular terms, the U.S. military's political propaganda department hopes to create an idol effect. Of course, everyone underestimated the power of a super soldier after entering the battlefield, and also underestimated the appeal that Steve Rogers would have in the future. So Rogers was like the top star in a circus, following the political propaganda department to perform everywhere, promoting performances such as America Needs You. So before he set foot on the battlefield, Steve Rogers had actually debuted as a star. Even in 1941, the military and Hollywood co-produced a 28-minute movie, starring Steve Rogers. The content called on young people to volunteer to fight against the enemy on the Western Front in Europe. Others called on the public to donate money and materials to support the European battlefield and the war refugees who had run out of energy. Rogers did a lot of things like this back then. But the political propaganda work in 1941 was not a good memory for Rogers. He prefers to fight the enemy head-on on the battlefield, or to fight wits and courage with Hydra behind enemy lines. Rather than standing under the spotlight, being manipulated like a clown, making exaggerated expressions and gestures, and finally showing an 8-tooth smile to the audience. It can be said that this past is a dark history that Captain Rogers does not want to recall. I don't like the military's political propaganda department. In every sense. Rogers broke away from his memories and said in a dry tone, "I don't like them using my name to do anything, in every sense." Lee G clapped his hands, making a snapping sound. "Then it's easy. In this case, I don't think you, Captain, want your copyright to still be in the hands of the military. To be honest, the U.S. military's military expenditure is a bit too much. But they are still using your name to make money and have set up the Captain America Operations Committee. Although I don't want to say this Operation Committee can bring the U.S. military more than $1 billion or even $2 billion in additional income every year. And they neither report taxes nor to make this income public. No one knows where this money ends up. To put it bluntly, it's better for you to use this money to support SHIELD than for the U.S. military to take it. I heard that your finances are in trouble recently. I think your director should not refuse an extra $2 billion in income every year," Lee G said with a smile. I thought you said so much because you wanted to sign my copyright. Rogers looked at Lee Ji's expression and said with some surprise. Of course, I naturally want to sign your copyright. But I don't want to sign Captain America. Lee Ji looked at Rogers with a very serious look. The one I want to sign is you. The title of Captain America can be given to anyone, but you are you. You are a unique legend, you are the irreplaceable Steve Rogers. Chapter 334 Your girlfriend was robbed. Anyway, Captain Rogers was a little moved by what Lee Ji said. It was not for money or anything else. It was just two simple points. First, it was illegal for the military's political propaganda department to do this. Rogers did work under them. And it was true that he had also promoted for them. But that was based on the special circumstances of World War II. So all of Rogers' propaganda income at that time was attributed to the military to supply the frontline soldiers. The war at that time was meaningful to Captain Rogers. It was an act of bringing all mankind closer to war in order to resist invasion and crush the selfishness of ambitious people. As for the overseas wars launched by the U.S. military now, Rogers frankly said that he did not support it very much. Rogers was a patriot, but he was not a fool. He knew very well what kind of war was worth the bloodshed of young people and what was not. He believed that the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. was much more meaningful than what the U.S. military was doing now. This was true on all levels. Second point, he did not like the U.S. military's political propaganda department. Simple and direct reasons, no need for too many excuses. If you don't like it, you don't like it. So, Captain, have you ever signed any kind of treaty or authorization agreement with the military? Lawyer Matt, who had been sitting in the corner of the office, spoke up. This was also the important reason why Lee Ji asked him to come today. I once signed an agreement in 1941. After Rogers' transformation program as a super soldier, even his memory was extremely good. That was an authorization agreement statement, which I signed when I was still working in the propaganda department. What was the general content like? Lee Ji was most afraid of this situation. If the military had Rogers' complete authorization statement, it would be troublesome. Basically, I voluntarily used my image as propaganda for the propaganda department. And all the proceeds from the propaganda must be used to fight against during the war. Rogers still clearly remembered the provisions in the article. So, the key point here is that your authorization to the propaganda department is for a special treaty during wartime. Matt quickly grasped the most important part of the entire treaty. Yes, you can say that. Rogers thought about it and thought there should be no mistake. Then World War II has ended for more than 70 years. So from a legal perspective, the copyright they own is already illegal. The occupation of Captain Rogers' image rights and deeds over the years has already constituted illegal facts in terms of deeds. Matt already had a rough idea in his mind. If we seize this point to fight, the chances of winning are still very high. Wait, you said chances of winning? Do you want the captain to sue the military? Hawkeye and Coulson understood what Matt meant by what he said. The two of them looked at Lee Ji and Matt in disbelief. Do these two know what they are doing? If Rogers really goes to court with the U.S. military, then it can be said that this lawsuit will be the most important legal lawsuit in the 21st century. Because the plaintiff in the lawsuit is Captain America, and the defendant is the U.S. military. The reason for the lawsuit is infringement of copyright and damage to the interests of others. If this lawsuit is really filed, it will be recorded in history. This will be a battle of the century that will cause a global sensation and make everyone look sideways. You are joking, right? Coulson was a little confused because he thought of too many things at this moment. Lee Ji had a smile on his face, while lawyer Matt had a thoughtful look on his face. The two did not look like they were joking. Hawkeye held the envelope containing his $1 million check and looked at the two in disbelief. He muttered to himself, "It's crazy." The most important thing was Rogers' attitude. He did not reject Lee Ji's proposal outright. Instead, he fell into deeper thinking. He seemed to be thinking about more things. His attitude made Coulson and Barton even more uneasy. "Captain, you are not really going to sue the military, are you?" "I'm just thinking." Rogers crossed his hands to support his chin and said with a smile. "Thinking about what?" Barton asked Rogers a little uneasily. "Just thinking about how Deadpool would deal with you." Rogers took the envelope containing the check from Barton's hand and put it in front of him to look at it carefully. He had an expression on his face that he had figured out something. When Rogers left, he did not give Lee Ji a clear answer. But his ambiguous attitude was actually the best answer. Lee Ji was confident that he could get Roger's copyright. When Kelson and Barton left, they looked at each other, and there was a bad premonition in their eyes. Maybe it was not a good idea to let Rogers help Hawkeye to sell the copyright. After Rogers left Lee Ji's company, Lee Ji was not idle. He also needed to go to Xavier's school for gifted people in the suburbs in the afternoon. The sale of the X-Men series of periodicals has been on the right track. From the controversial first few issues, it now has its own fan base. Ivy's delicate painting style and the excellent story of the X-Men have been recognized by a large number of audiences. Ivy is very smart. She did not put the main line of the story in modern times at the beginning. Instead, it was placed in the 1960s and 1970s. The protagonist of the story is Professor Charles. She used an interweaving narrative technique to organically combine the story of decades ago with a modern X-Men story. And most importantly, she explained many of Professor Charles' views through comics. Although there are some controversies, most readers can still accept it because Charles's own views are relatively peaceful. At the same time, the comics also clearly show the struggles of the lower-class mutants and the reasons for the out-of-control of the X gene. Of course, many of the professor's views cannot be thrown out at once. If too many views are thrown out at once, readers may not be able to accept them. So Lee Ji encouraged Ivy to continue drawing at this pace. And Ivy is also very enthusiastic about the X-Men's journal. Lee Ji doesn't want to say anything about this. After all, everyone has their own way of living. The reason for going to the mutant school is simple. It is to give the professor the first royalty. The royalty amount is not high, only less than $100,000 for the first issue. And this is the package price for all X-Men. After all, no one in the X-Men is popular enough to publish personal comics. So all comics about mutants are collected in one journal. Naturally, all X-Men issues are coordinated by the professor. For the X-Men, Charles plays a role close to father in their lives, so they will hardly refuse Charles' requests. Charles hardly cares about royalties. What he cares about is to let more people understand that mutants are not a cancer in society. They are also human beings, with their own joys and sorrows, and they will also grow old and die. So Charles welcomes Lee Ji's arrival very much. He is very happy that an ordinary person can help promote the concept of mutants, such an important ally. There is not much worth describing about the greetings and conversations between Lee Ji and Charles. When he said goodbye to Charles, a girl as flexible as a civet cat ran towards Lee Ji in the corridor. Phantom cat Katie, who has the ability to cross various obstacles, ran towards Lee Ji. As the first person who is willing to make friends with him after knowing his special abilities, Lee Ji has always been Katie's most important friend. Even after she met many new friends in the mutant school, this has not changed. She still remembers the day in the cafe when Lee Ji stood in front of her and helped her drive away those rude truck drivers. Hey. Long time no see, you have contacted me less frequently recently. The girl jumped up and gave Lee Ji a big hug. Lee Ji almost lost his balance. So I came here today to say sorry to you, and I also brought gifts from Japan. Lee Ji called Katie when he came to the mutant school today. This is also the first mutant friend he met, and she is also a very beautiful and lovely girl. He will not forget to bring her a gift from Japan. Really? Katie raised her eyebrows, with both hands on Lee Ji's shoulders. Yes, it's in my car. Lee Ji said as he walked out. Katie naturally took Lee Ji's hand, just like old friends who have known each other for many years. What Lee Ji brought for Katie were some small accessories special to Japan, cute accessories that girls like, and some small snacks from Japan. It must be said that Japan is unique in the world in the production and manufacturing of snacks. There are very few countries that can compare with Japan in the types and tastes of snacks. Well, don't talk about the spicy strips made in China. Lee Ji dares to guarantee that Katie will never like to eat that stuff. Lee Ji's car was parked at the other end of the school, and it was necessary to cross the entire lawn of the school to get there. The students playing on the lawn were all mutants, and they played common games, such as football and basketball. It was just that the mutants' abilities made their games different, such as one person splitting into 5 companions and then playing against another basketball team. In a corner of the lawn, Dakin was lying on the lawn board. He had been brought to this mutant school by Logan. Life here was the most comfortable time in his life. There was no cruel training and annoying pain. There were no terrible experiments. Here he could live the way he liked, and all the young children here were the same as him. Although Wolverine would not express his feelings for the children, it was at least much better than Mariko. And Professor Charles was also very good. It was just that he did not like the female teacher named Jean Grey. Apart from that, everything was fine. He made friends here and even found love. To be precise, it should be unrequited love. He fell in love with a girl who was 1 year older than him, the lively and smart Katie. Every time she appeared, she always had a hearty smile, as if nothing could bother her. Just by looking at that smile, Dakin's heart was captured. However, his experiences over the past decade have made him more introverted. Dakin, who has never been good at expressing himself, has not really known Katie yet. Because Katie has no idea that there is a guy named Dakin who has a crush on her. Lying here again? Why don't you go play basketball? The one who spoke to Dakin was Paul, the boy who could control fire. Compared with the gloomy expression when Luigi first met him and was locked in the Blackbird fighter because of his lost control of his ability, Paul now looks much more cheerful. For some reason, Paul, who is 2 grades higher than Dakin, has become good friends with Dakin. Dakin did not answer Paul, he just changed his posture and continued to lie on the grass so that he could get better sun exposure. Tisk. Paul made a boring sound. But he soon found something very interesting. The girl Katie who had always haunted Dakin was now walking on the lawn with a strange man's hand in her arms and talking and laughing. This scene is too easy for people to imagine what the relationship between the two is, especially for boys and girls of this age. Deacon, I think you'd better wake up. Paul pushed Deacon, who was still rolling on the grass. Deacon pushed Paul's hand away impatiently. I'm not kidding, Deacon. I think the girl you have a crush on may already have a boyfriend. You'd better take a look. Just this sentence made Deacon roll over from the grass immediately, and his eyes began to become bloodshot. Chapter 335, Attack on Campus. Logan, you should take more time to care about Deacon. He is your son, and you are his spiritual support now. Professor X was talking to Logan in Charles' office. Charles was still sitting in the electric wheelchair, and said to Logan in a serious tone. When Dakin first came, his condition was not good, you know. Even now he has not opened his heart. He doesn't like to communicate with others, which is a big problem. This requires your guidance, Logan. Logan, who was sitting opposite the professor, was silent. He played with his fingers boredly, as if there was something very attractive on his fingers. Until the professor's eyes stared at him and the whole room fell into a strange silence. Logan felt the extremely awkward atmosphere now, so he had to speak. Professor, you have to know that I have never been a father. And I am a little afraid and terrified of the word father from the bottom of my heart. I don't know why. Logan forgot many things because of his amnesia. If he still kept all his memories intact, he should still remember his childhood. The same unpleasant experience. Logan is the illegitimate child of his mother's affair with the man next door. He always thought that the man who was his father had no blood relationship with him. Until one day, his biological father came to his house and tried to take him and his mother away by force, but was stopped by his adoptive father. The man who had an affair with his mother killed his adoptive father, who had always been very good to Logan. This incident detonated the X gene in Logan's body. In a strange rage, he stretched out his claws for the first time, and the first person he killed was his biological father. From then on, Logan embarked on his long and bloody road of battle. In a sense, the fate of Logan and Dakin as father and son is too similar. They both use the lives of their own blood relatives as the sharp edges of their claws. This may be a heavy fate that is difficult to erase from the shoulders of this father and son. It is difficult to live with killing, and not everyone can keep a normal mentality after going through so many things. So it is understandable that Professor Charles cares about Dakin. You need to learn how to be a good father, Logan. Do you expect Dakin to have the same fate as you? Captain Rogers once said that when he first saw you in 1942, you were covered in blood and enjoyed killing. Before you came to this school last year, you had been fighting in Canada. You also had a serious addiction to psychedelic drugs. You were already an addict at the time. If you had come here with the little rascal, I don't know where you would have wandered to. Maybe one day you would die alone, and you wouldn't even find someone to bury you. Do you expect Dakin to follow your path in the future? Charles looked into Logan's eyes and spoke in an extremely serious tone. Logan began to fiddle with his fingers again. Okay, Professor. I'll try to communicate with him. But I can't guarantee it. You have to understand that the child doesn't like to talk. Charles looked at Wolverine with the eyes of a precious animal. You sound like you like to talk a lot. You and Dakin never open up. You two better communicate. Logan felt a little uncomfortable with Charles's look. Okay, But before he could finish his words, the door of the office was roughly pushed open by Storm, who said at a very fast speed, "Logan, you'd better go out and take a look, your son is in trouble." Logan was about to start learning the first lesson of being a father, how to clean up the trouble caused by his child. On the lawn, Lee Ji and Katie walked towards the direction where he parked the car, talking and laughing. "I really envy you, I also want to go to Japan." Katie listened to Lee Ji talking about some of his experiences and customs in Japan, and said with some envy, "In fact, you don't have to go to Japan, you can go to Mexico, which is on the edge of the United States. I have never left New York since I was a child, and I really want to go out and see what other countries are like. Mexico, Cuba, Brazil, Japan, and even China. I want to travel around the world," Katie said, hugging Lee Ji's arm with shining eyes. "Good idea. Actually, when I first started the food truck, I planned to drive it around the United States, and maybe even to Canada," Lee Ji also said with some emotion. "Unfortunately, too many things happened later, which made my plan postponed and stranded. I also want to have such a free life, one day I don't have to worry about anything, and drive my own car on the road to a strange city. Maybe there are fans of my food truck there, maybe not. But it doesn't matter. What's important is that I can see the scenery on the journey and those different people." Katie was a little excited when she heard Lee Ji's idea, as if she had found a like-minded comrade. "If you want to take such a trip one day, you must take me with you. You must. I can be your waiter, and I don't need a salary, as long as I have food and accommodation. Of course it's okay if you like it." Lee Ji would naturally not reject Katie on this issue. Just as Lee Ji and Katie were chatting happily, Deacon was walking towards them aggressively. He didn't know why he felt so angry. This anger that could pull people out of their souls was gnawing at every corner of Deacon's heart. He strode forward, and even a blind man could sense his murderous intent when he passed by him. His undisguised aura made everyone look at him sideways. All the children playing on the lawn stopped. As mutants, they had an unusually sharp intuition about the crisis. The fireman who instigated Dakin was hiding in the corner and laughing. He didn't think there was anything wrong with what he had just done. It was just a friendly reminder between friends, wasn't it? "What did you just do, Paul?" The one who questioned Paul was Iceman Bob, who was in the same grade as him. He was just walking not far away and happened to see Paul say something to Dakin, and then Dakin looked angry and walked towards Lee Ji. Paul did not comment on Bob's questioning. He used his peripheral vision to inconspicuously look at the beautiful girl who was walking shoulder to shoulder with Bob, the classmate named Little Naughty. His pupils shrank slightly, and then he spoke in a lazy tone. "Nothing, just some good-intentioned reminders from friends. Remind Dakin to be careful that his girlfriend won't be snatched away by someone else." "What?" Bob's brain was very sharp. He glanced at the beautiful Katie next to Lee Ji from a distance, and he roughly understood what was going on. "You're crazy. Mr. Lee is our friend. He is the only one who is willing to promote the positive image of mutants. The comics of X-Men have changed the image of mutants for many people. Do you know what you are doing? Do you expect our last ally to be gone?" "Huh? Allies?" "He is just a businessman who makes money by relying on the public opinion of mutants. Bob, you'd better not be deceived by him. Only we can save mutants, don't you understand?" Paul still had that lazy tone. Bob was no longer ready to chat with him. "Go find the teacher quickly and tell them that something might happen. I'll go stop Dakin first." He said this to the little rascal next to him, and immediately ran towards Lee Ji. Lee Ji, who was originally Dakin's target, had already felt that something was wrong around him. He had already discovered that Dakin was striding towards him, and he was also carrying a murderous aura. He felt very strange. This was probably the first time he had seen Dakin in this identity. Why was he coming towards him with such murderous intent? Lee Ji had a complicated feeling about Dakin. He sympathized with what Dakin had experienced over the years, but he also saw the scene of Dakin's crazy killing of his mother. Instinctively, Lee Ji did not want to have too much to do with Dakin. After all, it would be better for Wolverine to educate his son. "Hey! Who are you? What do you want to do?" Katie, who had been staying by Lee Ji's side, also found something wrong. The boy in the distance looked murderous, as if he was coming for Lee Ji. Katie knew very well that the students here were not ordinary people. Children with mutant abilities were actually very dangerous. Perhaps one of their inadvertent actions could kill an ordinary person. Katie, who did not know Lee Ji's true ability, stood in front of Lee Ji without hesitation, thinking of Dakin and questioning him. And Dakin's condition at this time was very similar to the state when he killed his mother that day, the state of being on the verge of madness. Lee Ji had seen this kind of performance from Dakin before, and he didn't know why Dakin would do this to him. But almost subconsciously, Lee Ji pushed away Katie, who was protecting him. Get out of the way. Just as Lee Ji pushed Katie away, Dakin's 3 bone claws stretched out from his hands. Huh? He roared like a beast, raised and waved his claws and jumped towards Lee Ji. This is a fighting method evolved from the jumping slash in Japanese martial arts, a skill that Dakin and Black Ninja have mastered through countless training. Dakin's height and angle of jump are very good, and his speed is also very fast. His claws are grabbing towards the aorta on Lee Ji's neck. If he is stabbed by him, then it is almost certain to die. Lee Ji has exchanged for the Vajra indestructible body divine art, and even ordinary rifle bullets can break through and hurt his skin. But Dakin's bone claw structure is very special. After being broken and growing again, his claws have been genetically enhanced and can easily penetrate most of the steel in the world. Almost subconsciously, Lee Ji did a close roll when Dakin attacked him. The direction of the roll was not to avoid the attack range far away. In this case, running away is the stupidest way to deal with it, because you will be chased and beaten by the opponent. The real good way to deal with it is to get close. Enter the blind spot where Dakin can't attack. He has jumped up and can't change direction in midair. Lee Ji's roll was in the direction of Dakin. In this way, he not only completely avoided Dakin's attack on him. At the same time, he kicked Dakin in the chest during the roll. Because it was impossible to dodge in midair, Lee Ji's kick hit Dakin's chest. He was kicked several meters away. Iceman Bob, who came over, felt that something was wrong the moment Dakin stretched out his claws. Before he could do anything, Dakin and Lee Ji started fighting. Everything just happened in a flash, and there was no room for him to intervene. Bob was relieved until Lee Ji kicked Dakin away. Thank goodness that Lee Ji was fine. In order to prevent the situation from getting worse, Bobby used his ability without thinking and froze Dakin, who was kicked to the ground by Lee Ji. Oh my god. Oh my god. Are you okay? Are you okay? Katie, who had just been pushed away, rushed up at the first time. She cried and used her little hands to look for non-existent wounds on Lee Ji's body. It's okay, it's okay. I'm not injured, don't worry. Lee Ji patted Katie's back and gave her a hug. When Logan and Charles arrived at the scene, they saw this situation. All the students playing on the lawn focused their attention here. Lee Ji patted Katie's back to comfort the little girl who had just been frightened. Bob froze Dakin, and he was looking at Dakin with a serious face. Lee Ji saw Logan and Charles coming to the scene and gave them a non-committal look. It was unknown whether he was expressing dissatisfaction. Tisk in the distance, Bob, the fireman who was watching all this from a distance, made a disdainful sound. He seemed a little disappointed that Dakin failed to kill Lee Ji. Chapter 336 The Noisy Child Gets Milk. Charles and Logan both expressed their deepest apologies for Dakin's attack. Dakin is still frozen in the Iceman state. It was difficult for Lee Ji to investigate the matter too much with the professor or Wolverine. He just comforted Katie and gave her the gift he had prepared. Before leaving, he said something meaningful to Professor Charles. This child may be unusually dangerous. Professor, maybe you should take good care of him. Also, I think you should investigate whether someone is instigating him to do something. This is not a good thing for him. Watching Lee Ji drive away in his Ford, Logan and the professor exchanged glances. Both of them saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. Lee Ji didn't know why Dakin attacked him. The best way to deal with this matter was to let the professor and Wolverine investigate it themselves. After all, Dakin had just come to the United States, and Logan had just recognized this son. If he investigated too deeply, who knows if Logan would protect his son and beat him up together? So, from ancient times to the present, the problem of naughty children is the most difficult to solve. Thinking of this, Lee Ji could only shake his head helplessly. Shield. Hill lay down on the sofa in his office exhausted. The work pressure of the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was staggering. She just came back from Washington today. She went to Washington for only one purpose, that is, to get money. Because of the reduction of employee benefits, there are already complaints within SHIELD. Many employees have even started looking for part-time jobs, or have begun to prepare to find new jobs. This makes her, the acting director, feel that the days are even more difficult. If only Nick had persuaded Tony Stark to join the Avengers. Hill muttered to himself while lying on the sofa, regretting that he didn't fool Tony into joining. If Tony Stark had joined the Avengers, then at least the Avengers would have a big sponsor. SHIELD might be able to withdraw the budget for the funds needed for the Avengers to subsidize other daily expenses within the Bureau. But now it's all hindsight. We failed to recruit Tony Stark back then. So it is even more impossible now. Tony is rich, but he is not stupid. Now we know that SHIELD is a pit of fire and the funds are tight. If a world-class rich man like him jumps in at this time, he will be slaughtered like a sucker. Although SHIELD was originally founded by his father, Howard Stark. But Tony has no feelings for SHIELD. After all, it is not the Stark Group. He has no obligation to support the rise and fall of this organization. It must be said that many things have changed because of Lee Ji's participation. The biggest change for SHIELD is that Tony has become an outsider. He stopped as a bystander instead of getting involved. Hill lay on the sofa and didn't even think of moving her fingers. She was too tired. She thought of the treatment she suffered in Washington. Even Juno, the commissioner who had always supported Nick in the Security Council, apologized to her. You know, Hill. This time SHIELD is involved in a complicated political struggle. Nick Fury was arrested not because he really did anything wrong. It's just that someone simply wants to replace him. Juno warned Hill in a low voice in a deserted place. You need to understand about the budget. Although the approval process within the Security Council is independent, it will be more or less affected by Congress or other departments. You need to understand that the military representatives have always been an independent faction in the American political system. Although it is said that soldiers should not participate in politics, who can really do this completely? The extremely high budget of SHIELD has always made the military representatives and a considerable number of members of Congress dissatisfied. You occupy a budget equivalent to 1/6 of military expenditures, but you have less than 1/10 of the number of U.S. troops. This has already made quite a few people jealous. The members of the council must also take into account the opinions of members of Congress and the military. You must know, Hill, that the members of the Security Council are not lifelong. One day the members will step down, and they have to consider their future political careers. Juno said all this to Hill earnestly, and also told Hill indirectly. There is no hope for your budget. That is why Hill had no motivation at all after returning from Washington. Without funds, all plans and construction are empty talk. The architecture of the new security network needs money, and the research and development of scientific research departments needs money. It also costs money to track down the remaining vampires who caused the fall of SHIELD that day, not to mention that it costs even more to track down the remaining Hydra forces. Thinking of this, Hill was extremely annoyed. She couldn't help but climb up from the sofa and fiercely overturned the stainless steel coffee table in front of the sofa. Fuck XXXXX. Bang. With a loud noise, the stainless steel coffee table fell to the ground. Hill put her hands on her waist and panted. Because the movement of overturning the table was a bit too big, her hair was a little messy. Hill's chest rose and fell with the rhythm of her breathing. It took half a minute for this emotion to subside. Huh? Hill exhaled, like a deflated ball, no longer angry. She tidied her hair and clothes. She put the overturned coffee table back to its original position. Tried to restore everything to the state that nothing happened, but the corner of the stainless steel coffee table was damaged and it could not be concealed. When she did all this and prepared to devote herself to the busy and annoying work of the day, her secretary sent a request for a meeting from Captain Rogers. "Good afternoon, Hill," Rogers said briskly. As soon as he entered the office, he found that something seemed to have happened to the stainless steel coffee table next to him. Ahem. Hill coughed twice, drawing Captain Rogers' attention back and preventing him from looking at the coffee table. "What's the matter, Captain?" "Oh, I heard you're back. So I want to ask, did the budget discussion in Washington go smoothly this time?" Hill felt that the anger that had just subsided might rise again. She tried to take 2 deep breaths to suppress her emotions. However, Rogers didn't need Hill to answer, he had already guessed the result. "It looks like the result is not optimistic." "Yes, you guess it right." Hill slumped down in his office chair like a deflated ball, and said listlessly, "They are not going to pay us a dime more. Maybe from next month, several projects in the scientific research department will be suspended first, and they will start again after they have money. I am probably the first director of S.H.I.E.L.D. in history to be like this, Hill said with some self-mockery. Captain Rogers smiled and was not affected by Hill's emotions. Hill, do you know the true meaning of the saying, crying children get milk? Hill lay down in the office chair and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? I mean, when a baby cries, parents always think that the child is hungry or needs a diaper change. Only then will they remember to do these things. Rogers sat opposite Hill. If you do nothing, parents may not realize that you are hungry. I have tried my best to make a fuss, Captain. But it doesn't work. Hill felt that his energy had been drained by the position of director. Rogers clapped his hands at the exhausted Hill. Maybe it's not enough. At least not as good as what Deadpool did to Hawkeye. Hill looked into Captain Rogers' eyes and suddenly couldn't guess what the captain wanted to do. Chapter 337 Big News. Outside the New York State Supreme Court, the atmosphere around the court today is a little strange. There are always some suspicious people wandering around. Most of them are paparazzi who make a living by selling news in New York City. As for why they are wandering around the court, do you think there is any special reason for the paparazzi to wander around here? Just like sharks follow the smell of blood to find prey, paparazzi will naturally gather in large numbers only after they smell the clues of the news. What is the most explosive news in New York City, or the United States recently? Of course, Deadpool denounced the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and accused S.H.I.E.L.D. of defaulting on the commissions of mercenaries. During this period, the news about Deadpool and S.H.I.E.L.D. has attracted widespread attention across the United States. The paparazzi are also constantly trying to find ways to dig out the news inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Now while the news is still hot, these news can be sold to TV stations, newspapers or websites for a good price. I heard that an insider of S.H.I.E.L.D. will come to the court today to deal with some things. This is a good opportunity. Maybe we can dig out a big news from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Anyway, the paparazzi are all about watching the fun. And further outside the court, in a dark blue Buick MPV, Callison was looking at Captain Rogers and Attorney Matt beside him with uneasiness. Captain, are you really determined to do this? Callison didn't know how to organize his words. He felt that his phrases were a bit dry. This could have a huge impact. Rogers was wearing a decent black suit today. Rogers has an excellent figure and is a clothes rack. No matter what clothes he wears, they will look very classy. Coupled with his excellent appearance and outstanding temperament, he is actually far superior to most Hollywood stars. What I need is a big influence. You have to understand, Callison. Sometimes we have to do something in a special way. Rogers used the rearview mirror in the car to adjust his tie. At the end of 1942, the war entered its most difficult period. The national finances began to run dry. That was the most desperate moment before the 1943 counteroffensive. Many South American and Middle Eastern countries began to refuse to accept US dollars. The only way to trade materials with them was to barter, or pay real money to buy. Our supplies on the front line were extremely tight. The Howling Commandos I organized had no more than 40 people at most, but the value of the materials we consumed every day was equivalent to a fully staffed armored regiment. So some people were dissatisfied. In war, more supplies meant more chances of survival. No one would give in. The earliest organizations, including the predecessor of SHIELD, the National Strategic Science Bureau, were all under the jurisdiction of the military. The Howling Commandos' supplies were often seized and misappropriated by their superiors. Rogers said casually while tidying up his appearance. What he said surprised Callison a little. Captain, did they also embezzle your team's supplies? When the war is at that stage, any supplies are precious. And where there are people, there will be conflicts of interest. After all, no matter how great the achievements of the Howling Commandos are, they have nothing to do with those people. We belong to the Strategic Science Department. There are countless intricate and unclear relationships under the complex political system. Rogers found that he had some stubble in the rearview mirror. So he took out a sharp knife from the package he carried with him to trim the stubble. For these things, the Howling Commandos suffered a bloody lesson. In the winter of 1942, we were trapped in the forests of Northern Europe, and more than 1,000 soldiers were chasing us. We had been out of food for half a month, and there was not a single bullet in the gun chamber. If Logan hadn't found a hibernating bear and let us have a full meal, so that we had the strength to fight back, I might have died there long ago. Coulson listened to Rogers telling the real past that would never appear on TV. So, from then on, whenever there was a situation of confiscating supplies, the wolf cans and dum-dum bullets in our team would go to the logistics department to make a scene. Only when the situation became bigger, they would not dare to withhold your supplies. This is almost an unspoken rule in the military: cowards deserve to go hungry. Rogers finally wiped his leather shoes. I always thought that the war had ended for more than 70 years, and this bad habit should have been eliminated. But unfortunately, it seems that it has not, and there is a tendency to be carried forward. So I can only use the old method. Make a good scene and let them know the necessity of the distribution principle. Rogers had already opened the car door and was ready to get out. Coulson couldn't help but say one last thing before Rogers left. But your image is likely to be damaged, Captain. The propaganda department can do anything. Rogers looked at Coulson and smiled. You know, I never care how much people know about me. What I care about is how much I have done. As long as it is meaningful, it is worth my price. Rogers opened the door and strode out of the MPV. Following closely behind Rogers was his private lawyer Matt. This hero who turned into Daredevil at night had a great enthusiasm for handling this lawsuit. Especially after listening to Captain Rogers' speech just now, Matt's face was always smiling. When Captain Rogers arrived at the state court, the paparazzi outside did not react for a while. The information they received was just that the SHIELD agent came back here. But they didn't know that the person who came was Steve Rogers. This made the paparazzi who had been ambushing outside and the reporters of several regular news media a little confused. They forgot to rush up to ask the captain's purpose of coming here at the first time. This allowed the captain and Matt to enter the court smoothly. Just now is Captain America. Paparazzi A asked Paparazzi B. It should be. Paparazzi B was a little uncertain. What is he doing here? Paparazzi A was still a little confused. But Paparazzi B had already reacted. Who cares what he's doing here? This is news. I heard that the captain has a good relationship with Hawkeye. As long as he says a few words, we will have big news. They were still thinking about digging up news about Deadpool and Hawkeye. But the two have now reconciled privately. After all, Deadpool just wants money, $1 million in hand. He doesn't need to go against SHIELD. The popularity of this news is predictably going to decline rapidly. And the senior reporters of the regular media guessed that things might not be that simple. Maybe they will capture a shocking piece of news when they come here today. This is the intuition of a senior reporter, especially a reporter with a keen sense of politics. This is also the biggest difference between them and those paparazzi who only dig up gossip. About 20 minutes later, Rogers and Matt walked out of the court hall. The reporters who were originally waiting nearby almost rushed over. Captain, what do you think of your colleague Hawkeye? What do you think of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s salary arrears? Does S.H.I.E.L.D. owe you salary? If it does, how will you deal with it? Almost all the people who asked these questions were paparazzi, and they just wanted some gossip. But experienced reporters are different. Captain, what do you have to do in the New York State Court today? Who are you going to sue? Or have you received a subpoena from the court? Can you say a few words, Captain? As Captain Rogers' lawyer, Matt stood up at this time. Everyone. The captain has his own life. He comes to the court just to deal with personal matters. Please make way. Rogers didn't speak from beginning to end, but just smiled. He is very good at this matter. The political propaganda department trained him for a long time back then, of course, as an actor. Coulson parked the car not far from Rogers and Matt. Rogers and Matt's physical fitness is much stronger than ordinary people. These reporters and paparazzi can't stop the two of them at all, and they just watch the two get in the car and go away. Tisk. I thought I could get a big news, but I got nothing. This is the complaint of the paparazzi. They have been lying in ambush here for most of the day, and they are a little unhappy that they didn't get anything. The paparazzi who originally gathered here soon dispersed, and they wanted to find other news to entertain the public. And those who stayed were almost all reporters from regular media, and they almost all focused their attention on the New York State Court. They all wanted to know why Captain Rogers came to the court. Is the man next to him a lawyer? If he is a lawyer, does it mean that Captain America is in trouble? When they thought that their guess might be true, they almost couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Please, Deadpool and Hawkeye are a thing of the past. It would be best if they could dig up news about Captain America, or even a scandal. Although it is said that before the trial is confirmed, The court should not leak any lawsuits that have not been scheduled to be heard to the outside world. But media people always have their own channels. After a lot of twists and turns, these people got a piece of news that they could hardly believe. Steve Rogers formally sued the U.S. military for abusing his personal image for profit. What is big news? This is big news. The world is boiling today, because Captain America sued the U.S. government. The book club strongly recruits people to flood the message. 539,763,655. Happy salted fish every day with a failed author. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338: A Brewing Storm. Captain America, Steve Rogers. This man has been a cultural symbol of the United States for quite a long time, and even a symbol of American culture. In the 1970s and 1980s, when the Cold War stalemate reached its peak and World War II could break out at any time, Captain Rogers became the spiritual sustenance of a generation of Americans. The more chaotic the times, the more people yearn for heroes. Especially in the years since Captain Rogers destroyed Hydra's conspiracy plan at the cost of his life. The U.S. military has always used Captain Rogers as a business card. From conscription propaganda to promoting the image of the military, the U.S. military's political propaganda department has done everything it can to squeeze out every drop of value left by Captain Rogers. It can be said that in the minds of the general public, Captain America, Steve Rogers, has become the image spokesperson of this country. In the minds of most Americans, the image of Captain America has been equated with a country. In some anime works that personify the country, the image of the United States is always drawn as a strong man with a shield on his back and wearing a blue and white striped uniform. The source of this image is Captain Rogers' appearance. Captain America went to the New York State Court today and sued the U.S. military. All reporters understood what this meant. After confirming the information repeatedly with the court, almost all reporters sent the news back to their headquarters in the fastest way. So 5 minutes after Captain Rogers stepped out of the New York State Court, the first explosive news appeared. Wall Street, the world's financial center, has a very interesting device on this street, that is, the running lights placed between the buildings. These running lights are not used to play advertisements. Instead, they are used to spread various news and information to Wall Street at the first time. In the financial field, information is king. Originally, today was just a normal trading day, with no important financial bulletins and no financial scandals of large companies. Although the Wall Street Stock Exchange is busy, it is just an ordinary daily routine. The running lights hanging above the trading hall are constantly playing news and information that are more important to the financial industry. Traders will look up from time to time to see the news displayed on the running lights, and pay attention to whether certain news will affect the stocks held by their clients. Wall Street Stock Exchange has always been a noisy place, and it has been like this since it was first established. Traders in expensive suits are under great mental pressure because they operate huge funds. Traders shout prices to each other as loudly as the aunties in the vegetable market when buying and selling. And the phone rings that never stop. These scenes that can be seen in movies and TV are the norm on Wall Street. Of course, with the development of online trading, these situations are much better today. You can't hear traders shouting in the trading hall, but now the buzzing noise is even more annoying. It is the noise made by traders whispering to their customers over the phone. Michael is a Wall Street trader, and he is talking to his customers in a low voice. Mr. Dodge, I don't think it's wise for you to sell Coca-Cola stocks now. Coca-Cola's stock price still has room to rise. You can hold it for a while, as long as... Michael felt a hint of unusual breath in the air while talking to his customers, and he listened attentively. Yes. Why did those familiar, annoying low-frequency noises disappear? Now the Wall Street Stock Exchange seemed to be strangled by a giant's hand, as if everyone had lost their voices. Michael was a little surprised, and he stood up from his cubicle. He noticed that the trader in the cubicle next to him spilled coffee on his high-end suit worth more than $2,000 without noticing. Almost all traders cast their eyes on the news ticker above the trading hall. Captain America formally sued the U.S. military 5 minutes ago for abusing his personal image for personal gain. This is a very short piece of news, but it contains an impact no less than an atomic bomb explosion. Michael. Michael. Are you there? Hello. Michael's client's call came from his phone, but Michael didn't hear anything at that moment. He covered his mouth with his hand and sighed softly. Oh my God. The entire stock exchange fell into panic silence, as if everyone was suffocating. Michael was brought back to his senses by the shouting of his client on the phone. As an experienced trader, he knew very well what this news meant. Michael. The client on the phone was still urging. Michael, who had just been persuading his client not to sell Coca-Cola stock, had changed his mind. Mr. Dodge, if you want to sell Coca-Cola stock, you'd better do it now. At least you can still get a good price now. Why? Sorry, I don't have time to explain it to you now. You'll understand when you watch the news tonight. I have other clients to contact, and I've already posted your trading order. Michael didn't have much time to greet this client named Dodge, because he had other clients' orders to deal with. Michael's roar seemed to wake up all the traders in the entire trading hall. Shouting and yelling came from all the cubicles. This group of seemingly gentle traders seemed to have returned to the 1980s at this moment, an era when the internet was not well developed. An era when information was transmitted entirely by speaking loudly. On this originally normal trading day, a storm was forming. The stock prices of all companies related to Steve Rogers began to fall for unknown reasons. As a trader on Wall Street, you may not necessarily make a lot of money, but you should at least know what it means to avoid risks. Otherwise, you will be dead and buried in this land of crocodiles. Some people often use the phrase throw a stone into a calm pond, and a circle of ripples will appear to describe the impact of a special event on a calm society. But Captain Rogers' incident was not a stone thrown into the pond, but a heavy bomb. Wall Street is just the beginning, and a bigger trend is brewing in the United States. Chapter 339, World Focus and Unexpected Trouble. The real ripple spread appeared that night. When ABC American Broadcasting and Television was broadcasting the evening primetime news, it broadcast the news that Rogers sued the U.S. military as an emergency news. As one of the three largest news media in the United States, ABC cannot just listen to rumors like those online media. Especially for issues that may cause political controversy, they need to repeatedly confirm the correctness of the news before broadcasting. So when ABC broadcast this news, it was much later than the online media, but now the online media is full of rumors, and no one knows which news is true and which news is false. So the first reaction of many American people to the news of Captain America's lawsuit was false, absolutely false. How could Captain America sue the U.S. government? This must be someone fanning the flames. Some people also shouted on the internet that they wanted to strictly investigate the rumor-mongering and troublemaking people. Even several communication agencies were affected. As one of the most credible news broadcasting media in the United States, ABC only roughly broadcast today's important news at the fastest speed and in the shortest time during the prime time of the evening news, and then entered the special news period. Many Americans who were still unaware of the situation did not know what was happening in front of the TV. They only saw the special host, who was usually responsible for reporting major international news, appeared on the screen. He had a big slicked back hair that he would only wear on very formal occasions, and he spoke in a serious and emotionless voice. This station has received news, and we are here to broadcast a special news. At 2:10 this afternoon, the New York State Court accepted the lawsuit filed by Steve Rogers, the famous Captain America. The content of the lawsuit is that Captain America sued the U.S. military for abusing his personal image for personal gain. In the lawsuit, Captain America also sued the U.S. Department of Defense for inaction in allowing illegal acts. The anchor said solemnly with an expression as if he was going to attend a funeral. The captain's lawsuit did not mention whether the government needs to compensate him financially. There is no clear conclusion to the whole thing. Here we invite our special commentator. What followed was very boring, the TV commentators' unfounded and wild imaginations. But in the United States, this live news broadcast confirmed the authenticity of Captain America's lawsuit. Now the whole network is in an uproar, saying all kinds of things. Captain America really sued the U.S. government? You must be mistaken. Normal netizens. The government must have done something to let Captain America down. We need to support Captain America. Captain America's brainless fans. Conspiracy. Everything is a conspiracy. Wake up. Comrades, friends. A new round of elections is about to begin. Someone is attacking the ruling party. All this is a political conspiracy. Conspiracy theorists. I tell you. I have a relative who works at S.H.I.E.L.D. He said that they didn't find Captain America at all. In fact, only the wreckage of the plane and a skeleton were found at the crash site in the Arctic. Captain America was actually dead a long time ago. A truth party. The current Captain America is fake. They found a Hollywood extra named Chris Evans to pretend to be him. This was a carefully planned scam from the beginning. As for what they were trying to deceive, I can only say that those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand will not understand. This post caused a sensation. The truth is upstairs. The spectators who don't know the truth. In addition to these netizens, media around the world have reprinted this important news. Pravda in Russia, The Times in Britain, Le Figaro in France. The eyes of the world are focused on the United States and the New York State Court. At this moment, billions of people around the world are paying attention to this lawsuit that has nothing to do with them. On the other side of the ocean in BJ, China, Lao Zhang, a taxi driver, is taking his passengers to their destination as usual. As a local taxi driver in BJ, bragging is a basic skill. And today, Lao Zhang's bragging has nothing to do with China, but the case of Captain America on the other side of the ocean. And the passengers also listened with relish. It can be seen that the news effect of this incident has expanded to such an extent in just one night. Originally, a case, from acceptance to hearing, and then to the opening of the court, is a very, very long process. But because of the particularity of Captain Rogers' lawsuit and the terrible attention, it was only one night. The New York State Court held a meeting overnight and decided to start an emergency hearing the next day. They opened a special hearing for Rogers. The judge of the hearing was an old judge of the New York State Court with a 20-year career. So Rogers received a subpoena to attend the hearing the next day on the night of the lawsuit. The U.S. military was completely unprepared before that. Even the head of the political propaganda department only found out that he was sued when he watched ABC News that night. The military was notified to attend the hearing as a defendant without any preparation, and the defendant, the Department of Defense, also received a subpoena. When Rogers came to the New York State Court again, hundreds of reporters had gathered here. Reporters from all over the world surrounded Rogers with long guns and short guns. Hill, who was watching Rogers' every move in the S.H.I.E.L.D. building through the monitor, said with some concern, "Captain, do you think this will work?" Rogers heard Hill's worried words from the communicator in his ear, and he said in a reassuring tone, "Maybe many things in this world have changed, and they have become different from what I used to be, which makes me feel uncomfortable. But things like politics have never changed over the years." Rogers was a little helpless. "I don't know if this is good or bad, it's as dirty as ever. I don't like it, but sometimes I have to do something. Just like when I was touring the United States 70 years ago, I called on the people to donate money and materials and called on young people to join the army. In the dirtiest way, Congress still wants to have a high support rate, and the ruling party still hopes to occupy a majority of seats in the next election, so they must consider public opinion. The opposition party will also attack the ruling party if they want to get in power. What I do is to tell the truth, and I can change many people's minds," Rogers said bluntly. "I will not deceive the people, and I don't like the people to be deceived by the government. If some politicians use the banner of patriotism to seek personal gain, then they are blaspheming patriots. I tell the truth, and the rest of Washington will be left to you, Hill." Rogers hung up the call. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around him opened a path for him to embrace the reporters who came to him. Rogers wore a well-fitting black suit and always had a smile on his face. He strode into the door of the state legislature. A hearing is not a trial, but just listening to the plaintiff and the defendant's case statements before the court opens. The hearing court is not open to the public, but an inner court. So there is no audience here, and naturally no reporters. Opposite Rogers is a military representative with a dark face, who was temporarily arrested to make up the numbers. This incident came too suddenly, and the military did not even have much preparation. According to the statement of the plaintiff Steve Rogers in this case, the military used his image without authorization. It collected benefits in the form of endorsements for advertisements, games, movies, and various peripherals. And without Rogers' authorization and consent, and without paying any fees to the plaintiff, it is a serious infringement. Does the defendant agree? The old judge in the court asked in a businesslike manner. Steve Rogers once in 1941. The military lawyer hurriedly took out a document to refute. "Your Honor, Regarding what the defendant said, we have made it very clear in our statement. Captain Rogers' authorization requires that all expenses be used for World War II. And World War II has ended for more than 70 years, as we all know. As Rogers' attorney, Matt refuted the military's point of view slowly. This is not a trial, and both parties do not need to defend themselves. The judge knocked the gavel, indicated that the two parties are now hearing. In the next 30 minutes, both parties continued to state their cases. But it was basically a formality. The old judge thought absent-mindedly. I don't know if the state court has the right to hear this case completely independently. When all the statements were finished, the judge announced, "This court accepts Steve Rogers' accusation against the U.S. military. This court announces that the first trial will be held on May 15th. After that, the judge knocked the gavel, indicating that the hearing was over. The end of the hearing disclosed more useful information to the media. The most critical point was that the U.S. military's use of Rogers' image was an infringement. They did not get Rogers' authorization, and they did not pay Rogers a penny from beginning to end. This put all the companies that bought the right to use Captain Rogers' image from the military into an awkward situation. Coca-Cola has begun to stop the sale of Coke that should have Captain America's packaging cover. And more companies that are interested in purchasing the authorization to use Captain Rogers' image are also deterred by this. The world is also in an uproar over this news. Above the city of New York, Peter Parker is swinging on the swing as usual to look for criminals. He chats with Lee G, who is on the other side of New York City, through the built-in headphones. So all the Captain souvenirs I bought before are actually pirated, right? In a sense, that's right. Lee G stepped on a person under his feet. To be precise, it was a drug dealer. He was caught by Lee G when he was selling drugs just now. Lee G took out a bag of drugs from him, ice blue pills. This thing should be called Heaven Number 3. He destroyed a lot of it when he dealt with the Stanich family before. Now this drug seems to be very popular in New York City. Even the sales of ordinary cocaine and heroin have been reduced by this stuff. Damn it. I have always supported Captain America. I thought those things were genuine, so I would buy them. Peter Parker's tone sounded a little annoyed. Before I get Captain America's official authorization, I will not buy any products with Captain America's packaging printed on them. Peter's attitude actually reflects the attitude of many ordinary Americans towards Captain America. While chatting with Lee G, Peter discovered a robbery in Queens. A gunman was robbing a convenience store. He snatched a handful of change from the store clerk and ran out. Peter was a little annoyed today. He dived directly from a height of 10 floors. Until he was about to land, he used spider silk to pull himself up. Then, using inertia, he picked up the robber and threw him into the air. He used spider silk to make a big net to net him. After doing all this, Peter felt that his mood was much better. He clapped his hands with satisfaction and praised himself. Great job, Spider-Man. How much did that guy just rob you of? Peter clapped his hands and walked into the convenience store, wanting to buy a bottle of Pepsi. He decided to refuse Coca-Cola from today on. Spider-Man. Oh, can you sign for me? Thank you so much. The convenience store clerk was a little excited. Peter casually signed his name on the notebook he handed over and drew a cute spider head. Oh, you mean the unlucky guy just now? In fact, he only robbed $15. The money in the ATM was just taken away by the boss today. And this guy tricked me into opening the ATM under the pretext of exchanging change with me. He took $20 and wanted to change the change, tricked me into opening the ATM and robbed $15. But he left his $20 on the counter. Look, it's here. The clerk pointed to the $20 on the table. For some reason, when Peter saw this $20, Spider Sense suddenly gave him a crazy warning. It seems that he has caused a big trouble. Chapter 340 George Stacy's Troubles. George Stacy, Deputy Commissioner of the New York City Police Department. His main jurisdiction is focused on managing Queens, and he also assists in managing Upper Manhattan. He is an old policeman who has been in the police force for nearly 30 years. In the years since he became the chief of Queens, the public security situation in Queens has actually improved significantly. Although it is impossible to completely isolate crime, the number of serious cases such as murder and shooting has dropped significantly. In addition, drug dealers rarely conduct drug transactions in Queens. At most, this type of crime in Queens is to catch a few guys selling marijuana. New York prohibits the sale of marijuana, But the punishment for selling marijuana is not severe. Generally, it is just a few dozen hours of community service and a fine. George is a smooth but extremely moral policeman. If he is not smooth, he would not be able to become the deputy commissioner of the New York City Police Department. George Stacy's personality is more old-fashioned and a little serious. As one of the most powerful people in New York City, George has a demeanor of awe when he is serious. It's just that this old policeman has encountered some troubles in recent months. His daughter, Gwen Stacy, whom he regarded as the apple of his eye, was in love. Well, Gwen was about to turn 18, and for a girl of this age, love was not a big deal. The main thing was that George was not very satisfied with the person Gwen was in love with. Peter Parker, a poor boy from Queens, his family almost exhausted all their efforts to support him to go to private high school. Of course, this was not because George looked down on poor boys. You know, before he became famous, he had been a police officer at the bottom for nearly 10 years. At that time, he knew every guy with a criminal record in his jurisdiction. He was able to climb up from the bottom and be promoted to a leading figure in New York City. He believed that other young people who worked hard at the bottom could do the same. But he didn't know why he disliked Peter Parker very much when he saw him for the first time. Peter had a bit of a slick tongue and often said some inappropriate things. George hoped that his daughter could find a more stable boy to date. Although Gwen repeatedly assured him that Peter was just a little unrealistic sometimes, he was still a very reliable person. He was also appreciated by Dr. Connors and made great achievements in science. But George never believed that Peter was as good as Gwen said. Women in love are always silly, and he was always afraid that Gwen was deceived by this boy. But Gwen has always been a child with her own ideas, and even her parents cannot change what she has decided. Since she has decided that Peter is her boyfriend, George can only accept it. Because if Gwen's temper is really provoked, she will leave home and move out. You should know that she was paid as an intern at Osborne Group before, which is different from other interns. She has her own savings, which is enough for her expenses for 1 or 2 years. She can completely break away from the family's economy and go out to live independently. If Gwen really moves out and even lives with Peter Parker, it will be the worst thing for George. So as a father, he can only repeatedly warn his daughter to keep a clear mind at all times. Don't run away with others just because of a few sweet words from a boy. Of course, in addition to family matters, George also has a lot of troubles at work. The most annoying ones are the superheroes who act in the jurisdiction. Iron Man doesn't care about street crimes, and Tony only cares about international events. So Iron Man has nothing to do with George. The Punisher and Nightcrawler basically cause trouble for the most brutal gangs in the United States, including those who sell drugs and underground arms. This kind of gang is almost on the edge of terrorist organizations. They are difficult to catch, and it is difficult to convict them after they are caught. They have always been some of the criminals that George has the most headaches. As mentioned above, George is an upright policeman, and he doesn't like those criminals very much. Bringing these criminals to justice has always been his responsibility. So although he has some complaints about the methods of the Punisher and Nightcrawler, especially many of the things they do on the edge of legal warnings, but George still turns a blind eye to the two. Because he knows that sometimes, evil needs evil. There are some things that the police cannot do openly, but the crimes are real, and George also hopes that someone will stop them. In fact, there is only one hero that really bothers George, and that is Spider-Man, who flies around New York City every day. This guy is so annoying. This guy who claims to be a good neighbor of New York citizens flies around New York City every day looking for street criminals. And George is very suspicious of how this guy monitors the police radio. Many times, when the police just received a call or a tip from a criminal, he can always rush to the scene as soon as possible. Or faster than the police. There have been many times when the police worked hard to find the location of the criminal gang, but found that those guys had been tied up by Spider-Man with spider silk. Sometimes Spider-Man would leave a note at the scene. "Don't thank me for my help, your good neighbor, Spider-Man. Who the hell wants your help?" George was very angry when he thought of this. Many cases that the police have been very sure of have been caught by Spider-Man first. This makes many police who have been working hard for these cases for more than half a month, or even several months or half a year, feel that everything they have done is useless. This is very demoralizing. It makes many excellent police officers feel that their efforts are really necessary. The worst thing is the outside world's doubts about the police. Many people are questioning whether the recent decline in New York's crime rate is due to these superheroes. Some small media outlets that are eager to see the world in chaos have accused the New York police of inaction. Several excellent detectives under George don't want to do it anymore. They all want to leave and become instructors in private security companies. Because Spider-Man has done all the work they need to do, they feel that the profession of police can no longer bring any sense of accomplishment and honor. If it is just about making money, the salary offered by private security companies outside is obviously higher. What makes George even more angry is that his daughter Gwen Stacy is still a fan of Spider-Man. So the two people who make George the most angry now are Spider-Man and Peter Parker. Thinking of this, George was in a bad mood. There was a knock on the door, and George's assistant came in. "Boss, this is the information for this year's election. Where do I put it?" The assistant was a black woman in her 50s who retired from the frontline police position after being injured. "Whatever, Nancy. You know I'm just a runner-up. No one expects me to be elected." George waved his hand, signaling Nancy to put the information anywhere she wanted. "What if you are elected? You know that all the police officers in our police department, or even in New York, support you. If you are elected as the mayor of New York, you will definitely be completely different from those other politicians. You are smarter and more powerful." Nancy said these words sincerely. But to George, this seemed a bit like flattery, so he shook his head. "Forget it, I don't have anyone supporting me behind the scenes, you know." While George was talking to his assistant Nancy, there was a noise outside. "Go and see what's going on," George told Nancy. Nancy nodded and went out, and came back about 5 minutes later. "A convenience store robbery," Nancy said to George after she came back. "A suspect in a convenience store robbery has just been arrested, and the charge is that he robbed the store clerk at gunpoint." The noisy sound outside had not stopped yet, and George frowned. "How much did he rob?" "Only $15. Nancy shrugged. George couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard the amount. This idiot, he pulled out a gun to rob $15. Does he know how long he will be in jail? "That's the problem, boss." He refused to admit that he robbed the store, because he left a $20 bill at the scene. But he only took $15. So he insisted that he just asked the clerk to change the money. Huh? Nancy's words opened George's eyes. And he was caught by Spider-Man, and he is now clamoring to sue Spider-Man. Nancy couldn't help but hold her forehead. Chapter 341: Spider-Man's Trouble. In the Nightcrawler base, or now renamed the Night Watch base, Frank and Barbara were talking quietly. Barbara was introduced to the team by Frank. She is a complete scientist and now serves as a full-time logistics staff in the team. Barbara not only has outstanding performance in biology and mechanical engineering, but is also a competent doctor and is now responsible for the medical and health work of her team. "Do you think Nick still has a chance to take control of the situation?" Barbara inserted a thin needle into Frank's body, who was lying on the medical bed. Several bags of different medicines were being passed into Frank's body through this needle. This is the infinite serum, which can greatly delay the aging of people and keep people in the peak state of the body for a long time. It is a byproduct of the super soldier serum, at least that's how S.H.I.E.L.D. explained the origin of this medicine. Unlike the super soldier serum, the infinite serum needs to be injected regularly. If it is not injected for a period of time, the human body's functions will age and decline rapidly. It is a medicine with serious side effects. Only a small number of higher-ranking officials and excellent agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. would choose to inject this drug. Frank is a special one. He may be one of the few people who are not in S.H.I.E.L.D. but still get this drug. After all, his friendship with Nick is a true life-and-death friendship, the kind that can entrust each other's lives. Nick will always find a way. S.H.I.E.L.D. is only trustworthy in Nick's hands. I don't trust even Hill. Do you understand what I mean? Frank said to Barbara with a pun as he watched the infinite serum being injected into his body. Don't look at me. I'm actually a non-existent person, right? Barbara wore big black framed glasses and dressed like a slovenly science nerd. She shrugged and said. Frank nodded to Barbara. Washington has not formally interrogated Nick yet. This shows that they still have concerns. Don't worry too much about him. He has his own solution. Frank seemed to be very confident in Nick and was very confident in Nick's current state, which surprised Barbara. Good afternoon, Barbara. Luigi came in with a greeting, holding the Paradise I seized from the drug dealer. Oh, Frank, you are here too. What's that in your hand? Paradise I. Frank looked at the bag in Lee G's hand and said, "Yes, don't you think the sales of this thing have gone through the roof recently? I thought the sales of these things would decrease after the Stanich family was dealt with. I used to think that these things were made by the Stanich family. The Stanich family was the first mafia family that Lee G got involved with. They were also Frank's mortal enemies. Frank would have been busy annihilating the power of the Stanich family if there was nothing special. After all, his wife and daughter died at the hands of this family. Lee G also helped a lot in the fight against the Stanich family. He didn't have a good impression of this extremely bad gang, especially since these people once wanted to kill him. Now the Stanich family has completely collapsed in New York, and its business in other parts of the United States has not been hit much. Franco Stanich is about to flee back to his hometown in Sicily. Frank decided to go to Sicily in the near future. He had teased Franco enough. Just like a cat always plays with a mouse after catching it, he felt that he had taken enough revenge on the Stanich family. It was time to execute the culprit. "Barbara, help me test the ingredients in these drugs. I am a little curious about how this stuff can make so many people addicted. It is more powerful than heroin and cocaine." Lee G handed the bag of drugs in his hand to Barbara. Barbara took the bag and said in a nonchalant tone, "Nowadays, chemical drugs are changing with each passing day. They can always find new things to poke the G-spot of addicts. I think you are wasting your time, Nightwalker. This may just be a new and more addictive drug." Barbara took off her glasses and took a look at the ice blue pills in the bag. Frank shook his head without comment. But Lee G still insisted. "Maybe it's a waste of time. We've destroyed a lot of these things before. But I always feel that this thing seems to be a little different. It's a kind of intuition that I can't explain why." "Huh. Do you have Spider-Man's spider sense now? Then I'll help you check it." Barbara laughed and joked. Speaking of spider sense, Peter Parker, who is eating lunch in the base, has been madly warning with his spider sense. Since he caught the robber in the convenience store yesterday, he hasn't heard any warnings. This made him very confused. Spider sense is never wrong, but he can't feel any special danger, which makes him a little nervous. "Spider-Man, take your fork away from the beef on my plate." Mindy pushed Peter with disgust. Peter was distracted while eating and put his fork into Mindy's plate. "What?" Peter finally reacted. "Oh, sorry. Lee G just brought the main course of grilled corn to the table and saw this scene. If you still want beef, there's some in the kitchen. You don't need to grab it from Mindy's plate." Lee G pointed to the kitchen. "No, it's not. I don't want to eat beef," Peter said absent-mindedly. He felt that he was slandering Lee G's cooking skills, so he immediately changed his words. "What I meant was that the steak was really delicious, but I was full." "Huh?" Lee G looked confused. "I made braised beef tenderloin today. Where's the steak? Are you sick, Spider-Man?" "No, I'm not. I just don't know why I feel a little bad. I think I may need to go to sleep later," Peter explained weakly. "Well, you'd better go to sleep later. Something's wrong with you." Lee G looked at Peter in confusion. "By the way, why did I just find that there was no Coke in the refrigerator?" "Because Zheng Chu threw it all away," Mindy said with some complaints. "This is a waste of our operation funds." "Huh?" Peter now looked like he had a problem. Could it be that Zheng Chu also had a problem? "Those are Coca-Cola." Zheng Chu, who was eating at the table, said immediately after hearing Mindy's words. "It's Coca-Cola." "So?" Lee G looked at Zheng Chu with an incomprehensible look, waiting for him to explain. "It has Captain America's packaging cover printed on it. But these are unauthorized pirated copies. Spider-Man and I have unanimously decided to boycott these pirated copies," Zheng Chu said righteously. Lee G's mouth was half open for a long time, not knowing what to say to these two people. He and Mindy had a tacit understanding and turned his face away and cursed in a low voice. Two psychopaths. Damon, who was eating quietly on the other side of the table, was already familiar with these strange things in his team. It felt like there was no normal person in this team. He shook his head, picked up the dinner plate and walked to the TV, ready to finish his lunch while watching the news. My client was just in a hurry to change the change. I repeat, he was not robbing. He was just in a hurry and used an inappropriate expression, but his behavior did not touch the legal definition of robbery. A man dressed as a lawyer spoke to the TV camera in the new news. He left $20 and only took $15. Are there any robbers who would do such a stupid thing? Luigi cast his eyes on the TV, thinking to himself that there might really be such a fool. Peter Parker's spider sense finally had a clear direction at this moment. He looked at the lawyer on the TV screen with an incredible look. And the New York police arrested him for this. This is a blasphemy against human rights. It is a very disrespectful behavior to the people. Here I would like to lodge a serious protest against the New York police. The lawyer with a 3-7 hairstyle said hoarsely in front of the camera. The New York police arrested my client without any reason, but it was Spider-Man who wore a tights and called himself a superhero that caused this. Because Spider-Man believed that my client was robbing and detained him illegally. He did this without knowing the cause and effect of the matter, which caused my client to suffer serious human rights violations. And the worst thing is that Spider-Man is just an American citizen wearing a tights and has special powers. Maybe he is not even an American citizen. He has no law enforcement power, so what qualifications does he have to arrest my client by violent means? Here I also lodge a solemn protest to Spider-Man. The lawyer pointed his finger at the camera and said seriously, I will sue you on behalf of my client, Mr. Spider-Man. When the news was broadcast to this point, everyone in the base focused their attention on Peter. Peter finally knew what a spider alert was for. Chapter 342 George and Peter. Peter Parker is in trouble. There is no doubt about it. Now it depends on how much influence this trouble can have. New York City has been a little bit unstable recently, and the superhero world has also been a little bit unstable recently. Let's not talk about the global news that Captain America sued the US military. Another piece of news that broke out in the past 2 days has also attracted strong attention from New York citizens. Regarding the incident in which Spider-Man detained and arrested New York citizen McMahon, the robber in the convenience store, his attorney Lucard raised doubts on the TV news. Not only did he point the finger at Spider-Man for illegally arresting citizens, but he also implicated the New York police. He believed that it was their excessive indulgence and inaction that made the hippie who wore red and blue tights and wandered around New York City every day without doing his job more and more do whatever he wanted. According to Lucard, Spider-Man thinks he is the law, and he can arrest anyone he wants. All he needs to do is swoop down and tie the suspect he identifies with Spider Silk, and the police will take him away obediently. Because this guy who claims to be a good neighbor of New York citizens has a huge influence on the New York police. He can always solve the criminals that the police can't catch, so the New York police have already bowed down to him. Lucard's words can be said to be very, very heartbreaking. He not only magnified Spider-Man's problem, but also used this method to completely tear apart the relationship between Spider-Man and the police, which was already in a delicate state. For a while, the argument that the New York police is useless, and whether the police directly detain Spider-Man or other superheroes who catch criminals and believe that they are guilty, there are huge questions. George Stacy wanted to swear in front of the media. But as the image of the New York City police, he had to make the most reasonable explanation at a press conference, and keep smiling. Keep smiling, keep smiling. Go to hell. Keep smiling. George Stacy was venting his anger with a sandbag in the police activity room. He used a combination of punches to hit the sandbag, just as if he was hitting Spider-Man. The media kept harping on the issue of Spider-Man, and the New York police were also implicated by Peter Parker. George Stacy had never been so angry. Several excellent detectives under his command submitted their resignations today and formally resigned from him. Now the work of the New York City police is getting harder and harder. George felt extremely stressed at work today, and he wanted to go home early. At least home would make people feel warm, where there is his gentle and virtuous wife and beautiful and smart daughter. But when he thought of his daughter, George got a little angry again. Because his daughter's boyfriend was coming to dinner at home today. Well, this is not the first time that Peter Parker has been a guest at Gwen's house. If he wants to date Gwen in the evening, he must come to Gwen's house and greet Gwen's parents loudly. The atmosphere at the dining table in Gwen's house was a little strangely quiet today. George didn't want to talk, and Peter, who usually talks a lot, didn't want to talk either. He didn't ask Gwen out on a date today. Gwen just invited him to dinner at home, and they did homework together and chatted casually in the evening. But Peter, who should be very happy normally, was worried today. George Stacy ate the sea base made by his wife silently, staring at Peter with a murderous look, which made Peter feel uneasy. "Dad, how was your work today?" Gwen wanted to break this embarrassing situation. But maybe she made a wrong decision. "It's terrible, Gwen. Did you see the news today, what the media said about us? George finally didn't have to stare at Peter with murderous eyes, which made him feel relieved. They belittled the police to be worthless. They think that everything was done by Spider-Man. The police did nothing, to be honest. I just want to arrest Spider-Man as soon as possible. He keeps violating the rules and illegally arresting various people. Who gave him this right? He is not a policeman. George's last sentence was almost yelled, and his voice was very loud. It scared Gwen. She had never seen her father so rude. At least in front of her and her mother, her father always had a kind face. He was a good husband and a good father. I'm sorry, I was a little rude. George also felt that his voice was a little loud. Today, 4 of my best detectives resigned. The New York Police Department has lost another important force. I should have been angry with you, sorry. George said, a little disappointed. Gwen and her mother hugged George gently. It's okay, it will be fine. Peter was also upset by today's news, especially after hearing George's remarks that he wanted to arrest Spider-Man. He felt extremely embarrassed. He wanted to ease the atmosphere at the scene. Uncle George, I think Spider-Man may just want to help. You said that the excellent police officers in New York have resigned. Would Spider-Man's help you reduce your workload? He tried to make his words as light as possible. Help with work. George looked at Peter Parker with an incredible look. You don't understand anything, Peter. You don't understand anything. What Spider-Man did is not to help the New York Police Department, but to make trouble. He is causing trouble for our work. Peter disagreed with George's point of view. Hey, really? I think he just wanted to help. Yes, he really helped us a lot. Last month, he arrested 15 gang members who were involved in illegal gun trading in the dock area. That was the intelligence we spent 3 months to get. For this reason, the colleagues in the task force responsible for this case worked overtime for 3 weeks without going home. George said to Peter Parker in an extremely serious tone. They were waiting for the moment to capture these criminals in one fell swoop. But when they took action, they found that all the criminals had been arrested. Spider-Man arrested them, and he also left a note asking everyone not to thank him. Maybe he just wanted to make a joke. Peter explained. Really? This joke made a good detective who had been in the police force for 15 years quit. George stared into Peter's eyes and said. This sharp look that made people dare not look directly at it made Peter dodge a little. Do you know what makes these people willing to pay such a high price to arrest criminals as a policeman? It is a sense of mission, a sense of responsibility, a sense of honor and a sense of accomplishment. All upright policemen who are committed to eliminating criminals rely on these to be motivated to work tirelessly, just to capture criminals and bring peace to society. You have to know that the salary of the police is not that high. Especially in the face of those vicious criminals who can take lives at any time. This humble salary seems so insignificant. If you want to make money, private security companies outside are willing to spend a lot of money to hire those excellent police officers to work. The treatment they can give is much better than that of the New York City Police Department. And Spider-Man deprived him of all this. He stole the honor that should have belonged to these police officers in a despicable way. He crowned himself with the achievements of others. I don't deny that Spider-Man has done some good things. But in my opinion, these things are just his way of satisfying his vanity. And that sense of justice that has nowhere to go. Peter, you have to understand one thing. Everyone in this world needs a sense of identity, a sense of achievement and honor. Spider-Man is not the only one who needs it. He satisfied his own sense of achievement, but deprived others of the sense of achievement. He is a superhero, yes. But as a superhero, he has destroyed more ordinary heroes. Heroes who are simple and unpretentious in life but contribute to the world. George said to Peter in a sad tone. Most of them may be unknown in their lives, and the halos of all of them combined will not be as dazzling as Spider-Man. But they are also irreplaceable in this world. If the price of creating a superhero like Spider-Man is to destroy countless ordinary heroes, then I will put Spider-Man in jail. Peter Parker sat in the dining chair in silence, a kind of powerless sadness devouring his body and mind. Chapter 343. Don't think of quitting. And the candidates. When Lee Ji saw Peter Parker in class today, the optimistic and cheerful boy was sitting in his seat with a gloomy face. Peter had not shown up for several days. He neither came to class nor went to the base. Lee Ji often did not see him at his home, or he simply hid in his room. His face looked as ugly as a storm was coming. He sat in his seat silently, not saying a word. His hands were randomly flipping through the pages of the book, but his eyes were not focused on the book. He looked absent-minded. "What's wrong with you?" Lee Ji was a little worried about Peter. "Don't let those reports affect you, Peter. You know, those reporters in the media just like to make up stories, especially like to spread rumors. You have to understand that all this is just for readers and to attract attention." Lee Ji wanted to try his best to prevent Peter from being affected by the media reports. Recently, the media reports on Spider-Man have become more and more exaggerated. Under the instigation of the lawyer Lucard, the trend of public opinion has become more and more strange. The robber, Mark McHone, was described by Lucard as a person with a slightly impatient temper, but no malice. Although he held a pistol, he had a legal gun license. And the firearms he held were the types of firearms that civilians were allowed to hold under New York state law. In Lucard's description, Mark McHone had some anxiety disorder. At that time, he was in a hurry to catch the bus and needed change, but the convenience store clerk was too slow, and Mark McHone was too anxious at the time. So he took out his pistol and asked the clerk to open the ATM quickly. The important basis for his behavior not constituting robbery was the $20 bill he left at the scene. This was higher than the value of the $15 bill he took. You know, the job of a lawyer is to exonerate his client. What the real story is not important to Lucard. For him, the important thing is that he has to win the case. Confusion of right and wrong is a basic skill that a professional lawyer should master. In Lucard's description, Mark McHone became a victim of violent law enforcement. At the same time, Lucard said that Mark McHone apologized for his previous extreme behavior. That is, pointing a gun at the other party and asking the other party to give him change. And he was willing to make financial compensation to the frightened clerk. After a private transaction and compromise, the convenience store did not pursue Mark McHone's behavior. The public prosecution of the robbery case filed by the police also faced great trouble, because Mark McHone pleaded guilty to his gun wielding and intimidating others. But he refused to admit that he had committed robbery. The charge of intimidating others became difficult to pursue because Lucard produced a diagnosis certificate from a psychiatrist, confirming that Mark McHone suffered from a certain degree of anxiety disorder. Especially when Lucard privately found the convenience store clerk and the boss and issued a compensation that they were willing to accept, the public prosecution became very difficult to proceed. The original intention of the law should be fair and just, but reality often makes this kind of fairness that should have been there encounter various obstacles for various reasons. For example, a big lawyer like Lucard who has no moral bottom line. After solving McHone's own problem, he sued the New York police and Spider-Man. The New York police's crime was violent law enforcement, and Spider-Man's crime was illegal detention. The New York police's lawsuit is about to officially begin, but Spider-Man has become a gimmick because he can't find the defendant. But these two prosecutions still attracted a lot of attention from the New York media, especially the Daily Bugle. Although James, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, has always disliked Spider-Man. Whenever there is any news about Spider-Man, he will smear Spider-Man's behavior throughout the article and vilify him as a villain with a mask. James usually lets his reporters do these things. He rarely does it himself. Recently, the Daily Bugle seems to have gone crazy. Editor-in-chief James began to do it himself. The front page headlines of the newspaper and the top news on the website were all written by him. He also criticized the New York police's handling of the case and Spider-Man as a city pest and a cancer of the city. He also began to criticize the inaction of the New York municipal authorities from this incident, and talked about the need for reform in New York City. It seems that at a certain moment, James has changed from a newspaper editor to a human rights fighter who cares about the welfare of citizens. The Daily Bugle is like a mad dog biting Peter and the New York police. Lee Ji can see James' long editorials in this newspaper almost every day. This made Lee Ji question what exactly this hated editor was up to. Was he going to completely discredit Peter Parker? But what would that mean to him? So Lee Ji was a little worried that Peter would be affected by these news comments. But Lee Ji didn't know about the conversation between Peter and George at the dinner that day. George's words made Peter feel the most uncomfortable. He was doubting the correctness of being a superhero, and whether he was really meddling in other people's business. This thought flowed through his veins like venom, gnawing at his heart. "It's okay, Jason, I just want to be quiet. I just feel a little tired recently." Peter smiled a little weakly. Peter was a little absent-minded all day. Even before school was over in the afternoon, the forward of the school basketball team, Eugene blocked Peter's way, but he didn't notice it. Eugene had been at odds with Peter and Lee Ji for 3 years in high school. Especially before Peter became Spider-Man, he was almost always bullied by him. Until that time in Central Park, when he was approached by his former gang members and asked to transport drugs again, Eugene's personality changed a lot. Maybe he understood something after that, and his personality was no longer so aggressive. He began to mature and introverted, and this change in personality also affected his playing style. Eugene now plays basketball more efficiently, more as a team instead of focusing only on his own performance. This also allowed the Metropolitan High School basketball team to enter the top 8 of the National League for the first time. This summer, Eugene is expected to lead the school team to the national championship. When he blocked Lee Ji and Peter, Lee Ji thought he was going to cause trouble again, but Eugene quickly explained his purpose. "I'm sorry," Eugene said quickly in a low voice. "What?" Lee Ji was a little surprised. I'm sorry for the bad things I did in the past. Including provoking you for no reason, Peter. I'm really sorry. High school is about to end, in more than a month. If I don't say it now, maybe there will be no chance in the future." Eugene's words surprised Lee Ji and Peter. "It's okay, man. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes." Lee Ji and Peter shook their heads, indicating that Eugene didn't need such a formal apology. The quarrels and conflicts in school days are just some small episodes in life. Sometimes they are even some important memories. Many years later, two former enemies get together, maybe they can sit down and talk about the stories of their quarrels in the past, and become real friends. Eugene looked at Lee Ji and Peter and laughed. "Will you come to the final quarterfinals? I can get tickets. Good seats." Lee Ji and Peter looked at each other and said, "Of course. We still want to see our school team win the national championship, and we are waiting to see you win the trophy and become the MVP of the National High School League." Eugene breathed a sigh of relief, and then very happily pointed his fingers at the two of them, indicating that they should not forget their promise. On the way home from school, Peter Parker seemed to have made up his mind, and he spoke to Lee Ji. "I want to quit." "What?" Lee Ji didn't understand what Peter meant by this sentence for a while. "I mean, maybe Spider-Man should take a break. Maybe New York City doesn't need Spider-Man that much, you know." "Jason." Peter's tone was very low. "Why? Because of those rumors in the media? You have to know that those people are talking nonsense. These paparazzi never have a position. As long as something catches people's attention, they will write whatever. You don't pay attention to them." Lee Ji couldn't believe what Peter said to him. "What's going on? Spider-Man decided to retire?" Peter didn't react too much to what Lee Ji said, he just shook his head. "I'm sorry, please forgive my selfishness and willfulness." "Eh? Shut up." Lee Ji interrupted Peter unceremoniously. "Listen, what you have to do now is to go home and roll on your bed. Close your eyes and have a good sleep, and then report to the base tomorrow night. If you don't come, Harry and I will go back to your house and drag you out. You can't beat the two of us. I will find out the tricks and these recent things. You'd better not cause me more trouble now. You know I'm busy enough recently." Lee Ji's words were rude, but Peter smiled. Lee Ji, who was about to go home after turning away from Peter at the intersection, saw a newsstand on the roadside. A large poster hanging outside the newsstand caught his attention. The New York election is coming, and the list of 5 candidates has been released. Who will be the mayor of New York? Lee Ji looked at the giant poster, which had 5 candidates' photos and names. At this moment, Lee Ji finally understood why the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle was biting Peter's news like a mad dog. The editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, James, who had a mustache and a slicked back hair and looked like an old gentleman, was smiling on the poster. And he was one of the candidates for mayor of New York City. Chapter 344 Political Show and Troublemaking. The New York election is coming. For the whole United States, the position of New York mayor is an extremely important position. In terms of the attention it receives, the New York mayoral election is second only to the presidential election in the United States. James, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, is also one of the candidates. This is something Lee Ji had not thought of before. Because the list of candidates for the mayor of New York City was announced today, Lee Ji did not know who would run for the election before. And the moment he saw James' photo, Lee Ji instantly figured out everything. Why did the Daily Bugle pursue Peter's news and magnify the whole incident? Why did the lawyer named Luker repeatedly enter the media's field of vision and continue to speak out? Why did James personally write editorials criticizing the current inadequate legal supervision in New York City, as well as questioning and criticizing the New York City police? All of this is to build momentum. The ultimate goal of the election is to get voters to vote for you so that you can be elected. And why should voters vote for you? They know who you are. Therefore, in the election, speeches, lobbying, TV speeches and various debates are particularly important. You have to let voters know you first. Otherwise, who would vote for you if they haven't even heard of your name? It's not the first time that candidates have made big promises in their televised speeches in order to gain voters' support. There are also various eye-catching political shows. For example, there is a mayor in the UK whose approval rating is very low because of the polls. The mayor made a bold decision. If the city's football team can make it to the top 16 of the Premier League, he will jump into the lake in the mascot costume and swim 100 meters. He dressed himself up as a person who strongly supports the city's sports. In this regard, he seems to be just like any other citizen. When people have a common hobby, they will soon get closer to each other. Because you will think, hey, look, that guy is playing the same game as me. Especially when the person doing this is a superior, it can win people's hearts even more. In particular, the mayor finally fulfilled his promise and jumped into the lake in the mascot costume to swim. People always like to watch others do stupid things and then gloat on the side. Especially when this stupid thing is done by their own mayor, they will let down their guard, and some people will think that this mayor is not bad. This kind of political show actually happens every day all over the world, but voters just buy into it. Isn't it interesting to see the superiors make themselves laugh? And James's crazy black Spider-Man is also a show. Yes, Spider-Man is indeed very popular among New Yorkers now. This kind of blackening of a superhero seems to go against the public opinion. But James naturally has his own ideas. If Spider-Man has the same reputation as Captain America, then James will never say a bad word. Just look at the report of the Daily Bugle on Captain America's lawsuit against the military. James is one-sided and mindless in supporting Captain Rogers. Why? Because Rogers' appeal is too great, and almost all the people support Rogers. And blackening the government is almost a political correctness for ordinary people. As for the same superhero, Spider-Man is also liked by New Yorkers. But it is not as deep-rooted and unshakable as Captain Rogers. When everyone is saying Spider-Man is good, suddenly a rebuttal to Spider-Man can really catch people's attention. Especially James, a seasoned reporter with a very good writing style, can always find a special angle to attack Spider-Man. Maybe some Spider-Man fans will feel angry at first, thinking that this person is blackening their idol. But as mentioned above, Spider-Man has not become a national idol like Rogers. There are still many people in New York City who don't like him, such as George Stacy. People who don't like Spider-Man will think that what James said actually makes sense, and they will spread this idea to their friends around them. In this way, many neutral passers-by may turn their attitudes towards Spider-Man. This is a huge blow to Spider-Man, who has suffered a double blow from media and public opinion. And what did James pay? He just moved his pen, and he didn't need to spend too much effort to attract considerable popularity for himself. As for what he might have said wrong, it doesn't matter, right? This is a political show, just a political show. The word show originally means performance. Aren't fiction and exaggeration part of the performance? Just like Lucard, the lawyer who is currently suing Mark McMahon, he is also putting on a show. Anyway, someone is paying him to do it, why not do it? For him, this is a good thing to increase his popularity. You know, the lawyer industry also emphasizes the star effect. Well-known lawyers can receive more cases with higher remuneration. And becoming famous is almost expected by every lawyer. Just like Matt, the lawyer who is currently suing Rogers, he went from being an unknown lawyer in Brooklyn to a well-known American lawyer in an instant. As long as his lawsuit is successful, Lucard is almost certain that Matt will soar to the sky in the future. This makes Lucard very unbalanced. Matt has achieved such an achievement just a few years after joining the law firm. As a top student who graduated from Yale University, it took him more than 10 years to reach his current position in his lawyer career. So when someone found him and expected him to take on Mark McMahon's case, after Lucard figured out the key, he immediately realized that this was his opportunity, an opportunity to soar to the sky. Anyway, someone will pay the lawyer's fee, and the lawsuit is not difficult to win. Just give the convenience store clerk a sum of money so that he won't talk nonsense. For Luker, this kind of thing is easy. After more than 10 years of hard work in the legal profession, he has become a master. This is a matter of fame and fortune, why not do it? As for whether he will hurt Spider-Man or the New York police by doing this, sorry, he doesn't care. Luker's apartment in New York is located in Manhattan and is a high-end apartment operated by Hilton Hotel. As an elite lawyer, Luker does not have much time to take care of his own house. Living in a hotel apartment managed by a professional is the best choice. Hilton Hotel Group is an international 5-star hotel chain. The apartment they launched in Manhattan, which is dedicated to serving the elite class in New York City, has a full range of services. From helping to book air tickets to getting tickets for NBA games at Madison Square Garden, to car rental services, as well as professional laundry and ironing services, their services are meticulous. It meets the needs of those business elites who are busy with work and have extremely high quality of life requirements. Of course, the rent here is not cheap. The annual rent for a 150 square meter apartment is as high as $250,000 US. And all the services provided are charged separately. Luker lives on the 40th floor of this hotel apartment, which has a wide view. Being able to see the bright lights of New York City at night and overlooking the night view of New York City will give him a sense of superiority as a superior person. He likes this apartment, so he is not going to buy a house or move to another place. You know, other places will not have such good services and security as Hilton Hotel. The security system of Hilton Hotel is very good, and there has never been a theft case here. Even if you forget to lock the door, this will not happen. At least before tonight. Luker has always thought so. Mr. Luker, good evening. I think I need to talk to you about your ridiculous words and deeds, and the slander of Spider-Man. The man in a gray pullover sat in Luker's lobby waiting for his return. His tone was sinister, as if he was hiding his anger. Luker wanted to escape from his room, but another strong man in a black skull uniform blocked his way. Although there was no violence, Luker understood that he seemed to be in trouble. Spider-Man was a cheerful and kind hero. He would not attack ordinary citizens who had no criminal tendencies, even those who were hostile to him. So he didn't care how he slandered Spider-Man, because Spider-Man would not cause trouble for him because of this. But not all of his friends were like this, at least the two people who appeared in front of him were not like this. The key to the door in Luker's hand slipped silently. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Coward and Decision. Nightcrawler and Punisher. These two are not as famous as Spider-Man in the Night Watch. Due to various reasons, they are not like Spider-Man, who likes to wander around the city in broad daylight. Moreover, they are not as convenient as Spider-Man to use spider silk to move quickly in the city. If they want to move quickly, they must rely on gliding wings. So in terms of fighting street criminals, it seems that they are far less active than Spider-Man. But insiders like George Stacy understand that these two people do much more in secret than Spider-Man. Most of the extremely dangerous criminal gangs in New York City were wiped out by these two people. Compared with the police, Nightcrawler and Punisher do not pay attention to the need to obtain evidence before filing a case and arresting, and then interrogate and open a court, and finally it is not known whether the criminals can be convicted. As long as the criminal facts of the criminal group are confirmed, these two people will not care much about the excuses of the criminals. Especially the Punisher. If he acts with Nightcrawler, he will be more restrained, and he will not kill if it is not necessary. But if he acts alone, or with Big Daddy and Mike, the way these three old men handle things is very bloody. It can be said that it is difficult for the gangs that the Punisher has visited to leave any survivors. After all, you are guilty, you deserve to die. This is the motto of Punisher Frank. Nightcrawler and Punisher are not as easy to talk to as Spider-Man. At least when it comes to killing, these two people don't hesitate too much. Luker may not be very clear about the specific deeds of these two people. But if the real story of these two people is 1/10 of that in the comics, then these two people are very dangerous. Who are you two? Do you know that this is trespassing? Do you know how long you will be in jail? Luker pretended not to know the identities of the two people, and at the same time reached into his pocket, He wanted to quietly call the police. It's really a bit ironic. He slandered the New York Police Department in the media, but at this time, the only thing he could think of to rely on was the police. Swish! A cold light flashed, and Lee Ji shot a flying knife at some point. The flying knife directly cut through Lucard's trouser pocket, causing his mobile phone to fall out, and his call to the police had not been dialed yet. Don't play tricks, Mr. Lucard. I think you should know who we are. Since you have accused Spider-Man, you should know that this moment will come. Lee Ji sat on the expensive leather sofa in Lucard's lobby. Frank blocked the way out with his arms folded, and now Lucard had nowhere to go. You are Nightwalker and Punisher, Lucard said calmly. Congratulations, you got it right. Do you know why we are looking for you? Lee Ji had another throwing knife in his hand, and he began to play with it. I didn't commit a crime, I'm a lawyer. What trouble do you want to find me for? Lucard felt his legs trembling a little. Have you forgotten? I said it when you came in. It's for Spider-Man's business. The throwing knife turned flexibly between Lee Ji's fingers. That was Spider-Man who broke the law. He illegally imprisoned a law-abiding good citizen. I just did what a lawyer should do. I am upholding justice, which is no different from what you did. It's just that I used the weapon of law. As an excellent lawyer, Lucard is eloquent. He knew that his only weapon at this time was language, and he wanted to try to convince Lee Ji and the others. Legal weapons? Legal loopholes. Lee Ji didn't buy into Lucard's tricks. I've investigated. Attorney Lucard, your law firm has always charged high fees, and never does business at a loss. You can tell from the place you live now. You are a shrewd businessman. Lee Ji took a look at Lucard's high-end apartment. The annual rent here is more than $250,000, which is the total cost of many ordinary American families for 3 years. And that guy named Mark McHone is just an unemployed alcoholic. He has no proper job since he was fired by the doc. How could he afford your high lawyer fees? Lucard wanted to say something, but Lee Ji didn't give him a chance. Don't say that kind of nonsense for justice. I don't believe in lawyers like you who sell their souls for money. I know that many of the lawsuits you have fought over the years are not very glorious. Including the pollution case in Mississippi 7 years ago, you helped the sewage company get away with it. More than 50 residents there got sick because of water pollution, but they didn't get a penny in compensation. Lee Ji has investigated this lawyer named Lucard very clearly. Do you know what the biggest difference between me and Spider-Man is? I don't mind using private agents, and I even kill you myself. A flying knife flew directly across Lucard's cheek, and the sharp blade cut a hole in his face, and blood flowed down his carefully maintained skin. Lee Ji smelled a smell of urine, and Lucard's trembling legs were already wet, and he peed his pants. You can't do this. I'm just suing. This is just a lawyer's job. Please. Lucard had already collapsed on the ground. Lee Ji and Frank looked at each other and shook their heads in disdain. I thought you could still be tougher, Lawyer Lucard. At least you don't pretend to be a good lawyer who pleads for the people on TV. Lee Ji thought he could hold on for a while longer. You are superheroes, aren't you? You can't hurt me. Lucard looked at the large caliber pistol on Frank's waist and the flying knife in Lee Ji's hand, and he begged. Don't talk nonsense. I just want to know who asked you to sue Mark McHone. Who paid for it? Lee Ji stopped talking nonsense with Lucard. Yes, it was James. His people found me. Lucard said the name almost without hesitation. After all, for him, there was nothing to keep secret. What he did might not attract Spider-Man's revenge. But it attracted the revenge of his friends. And they didn't look fake. Maybe superheroes are not all like they are on TV, a group of pedantic good guys. He has an informant in the police station, an informant planted to get news. He got the situation of the case from the informant, and then asked someone to find me. Lucard almost poured out all the information about James. He asked me to help Mark McHone get out of the crime because it would be good news. And there are big loopholes in Mark McHone's case that can be manipulated legally. And suing Spider-Man and the New York Police Department was his request. He said that I could gain enough fame this way. You know, he is the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle and has a whole media group. He can help me become famous. So I agreed to him. Then he must not just do it for the news. Although Lee Ji already had the answer in his mind, he still asked Lucard to repeat what he knew. Of course, it's not just for the news. He is now a candidate for the mayor of New York City. He needs to accumulate popularity in the early stages of the election, especially the attention of voters. He wants to propose new proposals that are catching enough. Voters are tired of the politicians' old stuff. So James is going to start with a superhero that is very popular recently. He's going to use Spider-Man to accumulate popularity for his election. He wants to be the mayor of New York. It is him who wants to discredit Spider-Man, not me. I am just doing things for money. Lucard repeatedly emphasized this point. He wanted to get himself out of this matter. But he is trapped now. Is it so easy to get out? Frank glanced at Lee G. What do you think? Lee G looked down at the flying knife in his hand. Humph, ridiculous guy. Please don't kill me. You are a hero. Lucard still doesn't know how he will be dealt with. Lee G and Frank are naturally not going to kill him personally. You know, there is a lot of black information about this guy, and Zheng Chu has found a lot of it. Now the New York police are in a mess because of this guy. I believe George Stacy will be happy to see this information and then deal with this lawyer well. What are you going to do about James who framed Spider-Man? Standing on the top floor of the Hilton Hotel, Frank looked at Lee G adjusting the glider and asked. He wants to be the mayor of New York? Huh. Maybe in the next life? Lee G said resolutely. Chapter 346 The Captain's Request to Unite with Everyone. When in Japan, Iron Fist had mentioned to Lee G that Captain America Steve Rogers wanted to meet him. But since returning from Japan, due to various chaos, the two have not had time to find a suitable time to meet. Either Captain Rogers is too busy or Lee G can't spare the time. The meeting at Iron Fist's residence tonight was squeezed out after many arrangements. Lee G arrived at Iron Fist's residence earlier than Captain Rogers. He held a supplement of the Bugle Daily that was released in the afternoon, and read the newspaper in Iron Fist's practice room while waiting for Captain Rogers to arrive. I heard that your friend has been in trouble recently, Nightwalker. Rogers greeted him in a brisk way, and he didn't sound like he was involved in a lawsuit recently. Iron Fist did not follow Rogers into the practice room, but was on guard outside. It seemed that Rogers wanted to have a private conversation. Lee G's eyes moved away from the Bugle Daily and glanced at Rogers, who was late. Don't you have more troubles? Lee G pointed to the cover news of the Daily Bugle. One was about Spider-Man, and the other was about Captain America suing the US government for copyright infringement. Your news has attracted worldwide attention recently, and I thought you wouldn't have time to meet me. After all, you look very busy. Didn't you just hold a press conference at noon? Lee G shrugged. The press conference he was talking about was an open press conference held by Captain Rogers in front of the Shield at noon. Thousands of media outlets from all over the world attended, and Shield had to send out 500 excellent agents to maintain order on the scene. The theme of the press conference was why Rogers sued the US military and the US government as a joint venture. The rights of every citizen living in this country should be properly protected, whether they are heroes or ordinary people. In the war years, I stood on the battlefield not because I was so brave, or because I thought it was my destiny. I was just moved by the heroic deeds on the battlefield. Rogers talked at the venue. Everything I did was the same as any young person of that era would have done. Going to the front line to fight the enemy. This is the justice that burns in every young person's heart. Fortunately, I survived the brutal war. And by some strange coincidence, I became an idol in the hearts of some Americans. I feel extremely grateful and lucky for this. This is my honor. But this does not mean that any organization can abuse my personal image for profit without my authorization. Rogers started talking about a key point at the press conference, and all the reporters' cameras started to shoot frantically. The flashlights flashed in a sea of colors, and the sound of shutters was everywhere. Everyone has the right to live in society. This should not be regulated by any institution or organization with double standards, even if the organization is the government. Just because someone becomes a superhero or the same person, their morality cannot be simply kidnapped to the commanding heights. This is unfair to heroes and to the people. I love this country and the people who live in this country. There are always many darknesses in this world that are difficult to eliminate, such as wars and terrorists. Even in New York City, there are countless robberies every day. We always hope that someone can lend a hand to help us when we are powerless. I am not asking for money or anything else, but I want to express it in this way. Everyone has the right to appeal, even superheroes are no exception. Rogers' speech spread to the world at a rapid speed. The Daily Bugle also published an afternoon supplement. Lee G was reading this news while waiting for Rogers. Rogers took the newspaper from Lee G and glanced at it. Yes, I've been busy lately. Well, Captain Rogers, you're so busy, what do you want to talk to me about? Lee Ji decided to get straight to the point first, and then continue to chat with Rogers when he has time. You know, there have been various things going on in S.H.I.E.L.D. recently. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. There are Hydra personnel lurking inside S.H.I.E.L.D. On the day S.H.I.E.L.D. fell, it was because most of the personnel were sent to capture Hydra's lurkers, which caused the power to be empty. Rogers said bluntly. As for why I tell you this, it's because Nick Fury trusts you. Before he left, he told me something in particular. If there is no one trustworthy person inside S.H.I.E.L.D., at least I can contact you. Lee Ji shrugged his shoulders without comment when he heard this. Nick trusts Lee Ji? But Lee Ji doesn't trust Nick very much? Because the remnants of Hydra inside S.H.I.E.L.D. have not been completely cleared, the number of people I can trust around me is very limited. And S.H.I.E.L.D.'s work is very busy, you know. Rogers also added in his heart, especially recently, the budget is tight, and many agents are in a bad mood. So you want to find a helper. Lee Ji probably understood Rogers' idea. Yes, if possible, it would be best if you and your partner can help, at least before we get through this busy period. Rogers was not too polite. What do you want us to do? If it's to do the work of a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, I won't do it. I'm not Nick's subordinate. Lee Ji first stated his request. No. Just help secretly protect a girl. She is a little special. If you agree, I will pass the information to you later. Rogers denied Lee Ji's guess. She is studying at Metropolitan High School in Manhattan. Because she is a little special, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been closely protecting her. But now Nick has resigned and been arrested, and the Security Council is eyeing S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. also has a lot of troubles to deal with, and there are too few people who can be trusted, so I came to seek help. Rogers said helplessly. Recently, the protection of this girl has been carried out secretly by the members of the Avengers. We are a little short of manpower. Lee Ji heard Metropolitan High School, which seemed to be his own school. There is also a very important person in his school for S.H.I.E.L.D.? He really didn't know this. After thinking for a while, Lee Ji nodded and agreed to the captain's request. After all, this is not an unacceptable request. Many times, mutual help between heroes is still very important. Seeing Lee Ji nodded and agreed, Rogers was relieved. He really has a lot of things to do, in addition to suing the government. He's going to persuade Dr. Bruce Banner, who is far away in India, to join the Avengers. He can't stay in New York as a guardian. Now that Nick is gone, there are many things that Hill can't accomplish alone. As the leader of the Avengers, he had to take responsibility. Spider-Man seems to have been badly slandered by the Daily Bugle recently. Rogers glanced at the newspaper again and pointed to James' description of Spider-Man in the newspaper. The cancer pest of New York City. Yes, it's very bad. Spider-Man has been hit hard recently. He even wants to quit and stop being a superhero. Lee Ji told the truth. Rogers frowned. This is not good. I have met Spider-Man several times. He is a good person. It would be a pity if he quits. Lee Ji nodded. Yes, it's a pity. The reason why the Daily Bugle is biting on his news and constantly smearing him is that the editor-in-chief James wants to run for mayor of New York. He needs to make some big news to attract attention. Huh. Rogers was amused by the news. Oh, by the way. Captain, do you have Weibo and Facebook? Facebook? Lee Ji suddenly thought of something. No, I don't have that. I rarely go online for entertainment, but I see many agents playing this. What's wrong? Rogers didn't know what Lee Ji wanted to do. You know, Spider-Man's prosecution is a premeditated political show. I don't think a kind-hearted hero should be a tool for politicians to get promoted. It's immoral and chilling. Rogers agreed with Lee Ji's words. So I want you to do me a favor, Captain. Is this mutually beneficial? Lee Ji said seriously. And Captain, you should change your living habits. Now is the internet age, you should learn the way modern people communicate. Rogers laughed helplessly. Okay, what do you want? First, let me register a Weibo account and a Facebook account for you. Then I will give you a real name authentication to confirm that you are Captain America Steve Rogers. Now that the business is over, it's time to talk about personal matters. Rogers called Iron Fist over as well. I have a private website, which was previously called the Nightwalker Alliance. But now it's renamed the Nightwatch Alliance. Lee Ji said. Captain, after you register an account on the social platform, I will give you a certification for my website. Oh, by the way, Iron Fist, you should register one too. Iron Fist, who was just called in, didn't know what was going on. By the way, Captain, when you go to work tomorrow, please ask Blade, Wonder Man and others to register. When they are done, remember to @ me. My online name is Nightwalker. Oh, by the way, don't let Hawkeye register, and don't let him come to my platform. Lee Ji reminded him very seriously. Now the name Hawkeye is a trap. Wait. What do you want to do? Iron Fist is still a little confused. Lee Ji spread his hands. It's very simple, let the heroes unite, we need to support Spider-Man. Chapter 347, Internet Explosion Point and the First Step. The times are not the same as they were 20 years ago. The internet has developed at a very high speed, and the media discourse power is no longer concentrated in the hands of a small number of news groups. This is an era where everyone has their own media. Facebook, Weibo, blogs, WeChat. Various social networking media are flooding the internet. It is difficult to distinguish good from bad. Perhaps some newspapers and TV stations still have the authoritative part of the discourse power, especially news about current affairs. But it cannot be denied that more and more personal media are now impacting the entire society. Especially the star fan effect that cannot be ignored. A super powerful star will soon attract the attention of fans with his every move. It is normal for a Weibo post to have hundreds of thousands or even millions of views. Just like a major event that happened on the internet in the past 2 days. The earliest start of the event was Nightcrawler. As the second best-selling star hero in Marvel Comics, Nightcrawler's popularity in New York is only weaker than Spider-Man. Because Nightcrawler himself has a certain dark temperament, a considerable number of young readers have given up reading Nightcrawler comics. Adults who are more mature and have stronger psychological tolerance are more likely to accept the story of Nightwalker comics. This story started like this. In the new issue of Marvel Comics, a 4-frame comic drama outside the main storyline was published in the single issue of Nightwalker. The content of the drama is that Nightwalker came to Marvel, which was working overtime, in the middle of the night, and asked the editor-in-chief who helped him draw comics how to open an online social media account. Then in the comics, the editor-in-chief taught Nightwalker how to register. He also helped Nightwalker register a Weibo and Facebook account and added him as a friend. Finally, at the end of the book, Nightwalker's username on Facebook and Weibo was released. At first, all comic readers thought it was a comedy drama. Sometimes such a funny drama is placed at the end of American comics to adjust the atmosphere. Most people didn't take it seriously and just regarded it as a joke. But there are still curious fans who searched for this account on Facebook. It was found that there was actually a Nightwalker account. At first, everyone thought it was a prank by the editorial department. However, with the launch of other hero comics, the publications were linked. In the small theater, Nightwalker began to teach other heroes how to open their own Weibo and Facebook accounts one by one, so as to facilitate communication with their fans. In the end, the most authoritative Nightwatch Alliance website confirmed the news. All those who opened Weibo and Facebook accounts were superheroes themselves. Once this news came out, the entire comic fan circle exploded. In just 2 days, Lee Ji's newly registered Weibo account had 100,000 more fans. And his Weibo has not yet updated the description content. It only released a photo of the night view of New York taken by him while flying with a glider. After that, more and more superheroes also opened their own Weibo and Facebook accounts. This attracted the interest of many ordinary netizens who are not comic fans. After all, it is very interesting to be able to see the daily life of superheroes and listen to their thoughts or complaints on Weibo. This can greatly bring heroes and ordinary people closer together, and will not make ordinary citizens feel that superheroes are high and mighty and far away from their lives. For example, Iron Fist posted a photo of Wonder Man Luke Cage working out on his newly opened Weibo account. In the photo, Luke Cage, with his muscles taut, lifted a weight of more than 6 tons above his head. Iron Fist also added a caption. "Look at what a muscular man is." Iron Fist also showed a short video of himself practicing boxing. Although it was only 10 seconds long, it still attracted countless fans. The Iron Fist comics, which were not very popular, have been out of stock in the past 2 days. Lee Ji then posted a video of him shooting flying knives on his personal Weibo account. Well, he has too little to show. He can't show his Purple Thunder 9 strikes in front of ordinary people. Although the flying knife performance was mediocre, it still attracted many fans to like and forward it. The outbreak point of this online marketing campaign led by Lee Ji, which was originally intended to support Peter Parker, came from the opening of Steve Rogers' personal Weibo account. After being confirmed by the Nightwatch Alliance website and certified by Iron Fist, Lee Ji, Luke Cage and others. After everyone confirmed that the owner of this Weibo post was Captain America Steve Rogers, the entire Weibo community was in an uproar. In less than 3 hours, Captain Rogers' Weibo followers exceeded 2 million. Even the Weibo server had some problems, and Captain Rogers' Weibo account lost contact for a period of time. On the second day after the Weibo account was opened, Captain Rogers updated his first Weibo post. The content was a short video, just him wearing a simple white shirt and saying hello to the phone. He said hello to everyone. The entire short video was less than 5 seconds long, but the number of hits in 24 hours exceeded 5 million. As time went by, this seemingly meaningless short video became the hottest topic on Weibo that day. In just a few days, the number of Rogers' Weibo followers rose rapidly. It soon reached the level of tens of millions. There are fans from all over the world. Lee Ji believes that as time goes by, it is probably not difficult for Rogers' Weibo followers to reach hundreds of millions. After all, the US government has spent more than 70 years on image marketing. Rogers' positive image is almost deeply rooted in the hearts of ordinary people. Of course, this internet marketing campaign, which was planned by Lee Ji and caused a stir in the internet world, has not yet revealed its true face. Using his own star effect to open an interactive platform with fans. This is what Lee Ji has been preparing to do for a long time. But he has been dragging it out. He needs a suitable outbreak point to enter this platform. First of all, let alone the platform fans can earn him another wave of reputation, maybe not a lot. But at least it is almost the same as the comics, it is a long-term process. And the most important thing is about the Hero Registration Act incident that may break out at any time. This major event that caused a civil war among heroes needs to be prepared as soon as possible. And the interaction of online social media is itself a part of Lee Ji's design. He needs to be able to cause an explosive effect on the internet as soon as he enters this circle, and to get enough and influential heroes to do this together. Bringing heroes closer to ordinary people is the first step of the plan. And these complicated plans are just a small step in Lee Ji's plan to transform the entire world. Whether it is the agreement that Iron Man is secretly carrying out with Doom, or Ancient One helping Lee Ji to go to Asgard to persuade Odin. And a series of things. All of these things were carried out under his promotion. Just as Lee Ji once said, the life you want is never given by others, but created by yourself. Now the best opportunity to promote closer relations between heroes and the public has arrived. Whether it is the lawsuit between Captain Rogers and the US government, or the responsibility of the Daily Bugle to Peter Parker. All of these are very, very good opportunities. This is exactly the outbreak point that Lee Ji has been waiting for. A place where heroes communicate with ordinary people on an equal footing, so that everyone can understand that superheroes are not so easy to be platforms. Peter Parker's incident was chosen by Lee Ji as the first detonation point. Now Spider-Man is very depressed because of George Stacy's words and because James criticized him in the newspaper. As a friend, Lee Ji has no hesitation to support Spider-Man at this critical moment. The ripple effect caused by this incident is the first time that Lee Ji has made an overt influence transformation on the entire world. And everything will start with a short film he released. There will be a third update in the evening. Please subscribe, vote for the monthly ticket, and recommend a ticket. It has been booming recently. Seeing how hard Pugy Zion works, please support me. Chapter 348, All for One, an Eye for All. After almost all well-known heroes opened their own private social accounts under Lee Ji's contact, some careful netizens discovered a problem. That is, Spider-Man, who is quite important in the Nightwatch and is also the best-selling hero in the current superhero comics, has not opened his own social platform. This made many fans who were eager to try and were ready to follow fans and give Spider-Man a big gift after opening a Weibo account feel very disappointed. So many fans left messages under Lee Ji's Weibo account, asking Lee Ji when Spider-Man would also open his private Weibo. At this juncture, Lee Ji's Weibo began to send a short video. The opening of the shot was in darkness, and then the picture began to shake violently. It seemed to be shot with a handheld lens. After a closer look, it was discovered that the one used to shoot was a GoPro, a sports camera. The picture was pitch black because it was in a fire scene with thick smoke. The suffocating smoke was spreading everywhere, and the raging flames devoured everything that could burn in the house. The flames burned, making crackling sounds. The camera was looking down, and the floor was cracked, with the danger of collapse at any time. "Is anyone there?" A young voice came out. Listening carefully, it turned out to be the owner of the GoPro camera. He was in the fire, saving people. Because in addition to the sound of the flames, a slight crying sound could be heard in the fire. And the owner of the GoPro also clearly heard the crying sound. He shouted hard, "Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you." This time the audience could hear the voice more clearly. This was an obviously young voice. Hiss. A slight sound accompanied by the sudden appearance of Spider Silk in the picture. The audience suddenly understood who was saving people in the fire. This is Spider-Man. He was saving people in the fire. The fire was located in the slums of Brooklyn, and the old brick wood structure houses had not been effectively repaired. Perhaps the fire was caused by careless use of fire. The brick wood structure house has poor fire resistance, and the fire became uncontrollable and fierce in an instant. The fire truck of the fire brigade was still on the way. Now it is clear that there are still people trapped in the fire. The sound came from the bathroom next to the corridor. But on the way to the bathroom, the broken beams collapsed in front of the bathroom door due to the fire. Spider-Man wanted to use his spider silk to move the beam. The weight of the beam was only a few hundred kilograms, which was not heavy for Spider-Man at all. But the biggest problem was that the beam was made of wood and it was now burning. Spider silk is indeed very tough and has super strong tensile strength. But it did not violate its basic principle as spider silk, that is, this kind of thing that is almost a synthesis of protein and other substances is very, very intolerant to burning. Almost as soon as it touched the blazing flames, the spider silk burned out instantly. The crying sound in the bathroom became weaker and weaker, but Peter had not yet moved the pillar of fire blocking the bathroom door. "I will come to save you soon." Even across the screen, the audience could hear the anxiety in Spider-Man's voice. "Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Spider-Man, hurry up and save the people inside." In a student dormitory at New York University, a college student was watching this video on his computer. For him, being able to watch a video from the hero's first-person perspective is much better than going to the cinema to watch Hollywood movies. "Jason, you disturbed my homework," the boy's roommate complained. "What homework? Come and watch this. This is very exciting." Spider-Man's first-person perspective scene of saving people is much more real than Hollywood movies. The boy named Jason called his roommate to come and watch the video together. The roommate also became interested after hearing this and came over to watch it with Jason. "Look, someone is trapped in the fire. Spider-Man is trying to save people. Hasn't he rescued them yet?" "Not yet. It seems that his spider silk is not fire resistant. It breaks when it touches the fire. He is trying to move the fire column now." The Spider-Man on the computer screen did not have any particularly good way to move the fire column. Of course, if there was enough time, he could go outside to find some tools to help. But in the smoke-filled fire scene, the sound in the bathroom became weaker and weaker. There was almost no room for more thinking. Spider-Man directly used his hands to move the burning fire column against the flames. "Ah!" Spider-Man roared while carrying the pillar of fire. Some people may think that this is the cry made by a person when he is exerting force. But the weight of several hundred kilograms is not a burden at all for Spider-Man now. He screamed because of the close contact between the raging flames and his palms. The high temperature of hundreds of degrees instantly burned the gloves of his spider uniform. The scorching flames licked his palms. Almost at the moment of contact, his palms were burned. Therefore, this huge shout was not Spider-Man exerting force. Instead, he was enduring the severe pain caused by the high temperature. In front of the screen, Jason and his roommate also found something wrong. "Man, why does Spider-Man sound like he's screaming?" The roommate was a little confused. "I don't know either." Jason was also a little confused. But they soon found out the reason, because Spider-Man looked down at his hands after moving the pillar of fire away. The camera also captured Spider-Man's hands. The high temperature contact just now has instantly burned a large part of his two hands. The entire palm is burned. If someone else were here, they might have backed off. But Spider-Man wouldn't. In a sense, Peter Parker is indeed a good guy who sacrifices himself to save others. Jason and his roommate were stunned. "Damn, I always thought Spider-Man was invulnerable and wouldn't get hurt. Jason couldn't believe it. Oh my god, his hand was completely burned. His roommate was also shocked. The injured Spider-Man didn't pay much attention to his pain. He just took a look. He immediately opened the door to the bathroom. There were 2 children in the bathroom who had fainted in the thick smoke. They looked like a pair of brothers and sisters, both of whom were young. They looked about 12 or 13 years old. Spider-Man touched and listened to the heartbeats of the 2 and confirmed that they were still alive. He used his bioelectric ability without any hesitation to attach the 2 children to himself and ran away from the fire with the 2 children. Just after escaping the fire truck and the ambulance arrived at the burning old building. Without much nonsense, Spider-Man handed the 2 children to the ambulance that arrived, and he turned around and left quickly. He shot out Spider Silk and quickly left the fire scene. The people had been rescued, and now there was a fire truck to control the fire. Now he didn't need to get in the way at the scene. It was just that it was particularly painful for his burned hands to hold the thin spider silk, and the spider silk cut his already burned hands. Blood flowed down Spider-Man's hands and dripped down. It dripped to the places where he wandered and flew. It also dripped into the hearts of every video viewer. Are you an idiot? The person who appeared in front of the camera now was Nightcrawler, another hero familiar to the audience. He was standing in front of Spider-Man and preaching. I just asked you to simply record your daily life, not to ask you to hurt yourself. You can't just see someone in the fire and not save them, right? Spider-Man said as if he didn't care. The burns are very serious. You will probably have to lie in bed for a while. If it weren't for the new medicine, I'm afraid you would be left with permanent scars. Nightcrawler looked at Spider-Man's injuries and said helplessly, "Okay, but I don't want to let my family know that I'm injured like this. Last time, my family questioned me about the bruises on my face for a long time. So I could only make up a lie that I was beaten by a school bully. As a result, they wanted to go to school to complain." Spider-Man said this lightly, with a smile in his tone. It seems that he doesn't care about his injuries at all. A mother who was watching this video in front of the computer screen was frightened and covered her mouth with her hands. For some reason, tears suddenly filled her eyes and she whispered, "He's still a child, a child. How many points do you think you can get on the SAT?" Nightcrawler was holding a healing spray and spraying Spider-Man to stop the bleeding. Spider-Man was chatting with him about family matters. "It depends on fate, you know. I don't care." Nightcrawler shrugged meaninglessly. "I think I can at least get 2,200 points." Spider-Man said in a proud tone. "Okay, shut up, nerd. At least your hands should be able to recover enough to hold a pen before the exam." Nightcrawler was bandaging him. "Think of an excuse to explain to your family. At least you can't go home for the time being." Jason grinned in front of the computer screen. "Maybe Spider-Man will come to our school for classes in the future." And his roommate sniffed. "Damn, they are obviously laughing. Why do I feel like crying? Huh?" Jason suddenly couldn't laugh anymore. He sighed heavily. The video was still going on, but the screen began to switch quickly. It was not just Spider-Man's first-person shot. There were people chasing gangsters, helping the police catch escaped criminals. There were also people sending pregnant women who were about to give birth and were stuck on a busy road in New York to the hospital. More and more people appeared in the video. Many of them were well-known heroes. There was Spider-Man, Nightcrawler. There was Big Daddy, Punisher, etc. There were about them eating supper and watching the game together, and there were about them catching fugitives together. There are also people who caught a robber on the way to the convenience store to sell bread at night. There are also many who were sent for treatment after being injured and bleeding. Taking out the brass bullet from the solid muscles, or using high-purity alcohol to disinfect the cut wound. This video was edited very quickly, but it was extremely real. It showed all the people the other side of heroes. The other side of the hero's life. Heroes can get hurt, bleed, and die. They are not the cockroaches in the comics who always have the halo of the protagonist and will never die. The video does not have any exciting or tear-jerking background music. It is all the simplest live sound, which makes the video more real. Hero is not a good profession. In the interval between the screen switching, a voice was added. This is the voice of the Night Walker. This profession is not to put on a uniform, punch in at 9 a.m. to work, and punch out at 5 p.m. every day. No one pays you a salary, no one gives you a bonus. You will not be promoted by your boss or have the opportunity to be promoted because you caught a few more criminals today. Maybe the more you do, the more injuries you will bring to yourself. The voice of the night walker was calm and calm. But the audience in front of the computer was not so calm. Because the video showed the injured images. When we put on the mask, we are superheroes. When we take off the mask, we are just one of the common people. We are someone's son, father, etc. We also worry about everything in life. For school and homework. For mortgage and car loan. For quarrels with girlfriends, because being a superhero takes up too much time and we can't be with her. Many viewers in front of the video laughed when they heard this, but soon everyone stopped laughing. Yes, so much sacrifice, for what? This world is not beautiful. There is too much indifference and violence. War and conflict. And we have an idea. We think that since this world needs some good changes, then why don't we, as capable people, stand up? We hope that this world will become more peaceful and beautiful in the future. In this cruel and beautiful world, countless people who have the same dream as us are working hard to move forward. The video screen began to switch to some ordinary people. Most of them are some unknown ordinary people, but there are many ordinary people who have persisted in doing good for decades. There are nuns who have been working hard to rescue orphans, and chefs who regularly deliver bread to poor families every week. Social workers who help take care of the elderly with disabilities in the community. This video puts the status of superheroes on an equal footing with these ordinary people in this way. We are not any different. We choose to wear masks to hide our identities in the hope that the world will become better one day. When we take off our masks and stop playing the role of heroes, we can live the same life as ordinary people. This world has become indifferent because good deeds have not been rewarded, and it has become cruel because of indifference. It is because of cruelty that the world is full of tragedy. The voice of the night walker is calm, solid and powerful. We are born ordinary, but we work hard in this world. Don't use the reputation of heroes as a stepping stone, and don't blame us for heroes choosing to hide. Because we are also insignificant parts of living in the ordinary world. In a peaceful life, we play our own responsibilities as sons, fathers, or husbands. This paragraph of the night walker won the recognition of many video viewers. The video switched to an empty room, with Nightwalker standing in the middle of the room. When the world needs us, we will put on disguises. Leave the danger to ourselves and the safety to our families. Nightwalker punched his chest with his fist and said with an unprecedented firmness. Because we firmly believe, everyone for me, and I for everyone. Chapter 349 Humanity and Divinity, Heroes in Cages. This short video shows the life of a superhero to all the people from a real perspective. In the video, those heroes who only appear in news reports, comic stories, and other people's legends are presented to the public in a real and bloody way. In the video, heroes are no different from ordinary people. They have joys, sorrows, and joys. They get hurt and cry, and jump up and down excitedly because the team they support wins the NBA championship. As Nightcrawler said at the end of the film, they are also ordinary people. It's just that they have some abilities and are willing to do more. And these things are paid without rewards. Countless people choked up in their throats after watching this video. There is an unusually heavy mood. Because Nightcrawler's video reveals to everyone a direction that has been ignored. That is the humanity of heroes. In countless anime and film and television works, the word hero means tall and great, and means omnipotent. They have no shortcomings, they will never be defeated, and they will never suffer. Just like angels sent by heaven to save the common people, the heroes in these works show more of a kind of divinity, a kind of high and unattainable alienation. However, the short film of Nightwalker broke this point, breaking the last guess and barrier about the word hero. The intention of the whole short film is very clear. He expressed the simplest point to the audience, that is, the reason why our heroes become heroes is because of their humanity. All ordinary people agree that the role played by the glory of humanity in the process of human history is far greater than the distant and elusive divinity. And the sense of identity with humanity is a sense of identity that every human being must have in his heart. Because we are all human. Human beings pursue and worship God. There is an almost pious prayer for the ancient and unknown, as well as the gods in the sky. Divinity has been constantly raised and magnified in the process of human history, until it is unfathomable. Humans yearn for God, but they do not expect the God that is high above them in their imagination to really come. and those heroes who stand up in times of crisis will be more or less attached with some divine colors. It is precisely because of this divine that ordinary people have an indescribable sense of alienation from heroes. When the Night Walker tore this invisible and intangible but real gap, he showed the humanity of the hero with real pictures. The psychological barriers of many people disappeared in an instant. Maybe they themselves don't know that they once had a barrier and caution against these superheroes in their hearts. This is the most mysterious and indescribable psychology. After Li Ji became a hero, he didn't look like he was wandering around and had no clue every day. He was actually thinking about many things. About this world, about what might happen in the future. He didn't care whether his actions would cause the so-called plot to be greatly distorted, and he lost the ability of a prophet. In his opinion, relying on the so-called prophet is a joke. It is a coward's lack of self-confidence, or an excuse for fools to find their incompetence. Knowing that bad things are going to happen, then it is what people with true prophetic ability need to do to nip it in the bud. As for changing the original world line and the original plot trend? Sorry, Li Ji doesn't care. The world is changing. Are you waiting foolishly for your enemies to be as stupid as you and act according to the stories in your memory? This idea of relying on the memory of illusion is a real stupidity and cowardice. Even if you always have the ability to break the void with one punch and kill Thanos with 3 swords, you are still a weak person. Because you dare not break free from the chains of fate, but dance under the shackles of fate. You claim to be a beautiful dancer, but in the eyes of fate, you are just a clown trying to please him. The more mediocre people live, the more shackles they have, and the more heroes live, the freer they are. When Li Ji pushed the first domino and began to aspire to change the world, he had already declared war on the fake cage of this world. Come on. The future I want should be created by me, not controlled by illusions. This is a kind of courage from the deepest part of my heart, and an attitude of daring to challenge the unknown future. Since I want something, then let me do it. This is Li Ji's real idea. Since I know that some things have terrible consequences, then I will eliminate the breeding soil at the beginning. Just like the Battle of New York, Li Ji did not intend to let it continue to break out in New York from the beginning. Why has he accumulated so much reputation for so long, but still not exchanged to improve his individual strength? He understands that in a total war, a person's strength is always limited. Especially in this limited time. And what he wants is a real annihilation war that will shock all alien races in the galaxy. The invasion of the Chitauri is inevitable. Even if there are no Chitauri in this vast universe, there will be other alien civilizations. If the war of racial civilization is inevitable, then humans must win. Because we are human beings. In Li Ji's deepest plan, this is an annihilation war that will make all alien civilizations with malicious intent dare not set foot in the solar system again, and make the Chitauri mention the human beings on Earth and be terrified. And this plan has already begun when providing Iron Man with alternative elements for the rake. And going to hell to find Doom, and Iron Man wanted to stop mining helium-3 but was persuaded by Li Ji to continue the moon mining plan. And Li Ji wanted to promote the reform of the Earth's political system, and so on. All of this is to promote this huge and complex plan. The power of one person is small, but as long as it is used in the right place, it can change the whole world. Just like this short video, since Li Ji knew that the fucking hero registration bill would appear in the future, and it would also cause a civil war involving a global hero melee. So why did he let this shit happen? This is not a Marvel universe with only a few movie heroes. There may be countless unknown heroes hidden in this world. There are also villains who are waiting for the heroes to consume their vitality after the Civil War consumes their vitality and then wipe out the heroes. So, why let the Civil War break out? Why let the hero registration bill have a breeding ground? Since Li Ji can forcibly distort even the Battle of New York, a major event related to the direction of the Marvel world, without caring, then he will interfere in this meaningless civil war between heroes, and this video is just the first step of the whole plan. What he has to do is to eliminate the entire Civil War incident. This short video of the hero's daily life was reposted crazily by countless people on Li Ji's Weibo, and countless people left messages in the comment area. Most ordinary people and netizens felt the difficulty of superhero life up close for the first time. Many people said that they were shocked after seeing Spider-Man's hands burned. Because before this, they always thought that heroes were invulnerable. Because only in this way can they explain why these heroes would risk doing these things. And now they understand that the reason why our heroes do these things is not that they are invincible, but that something called humanity hidden deep in everyone's heart is motivating them. Within 3 hours after the video was released, other heroes who also registered social platform accounts began to repost this video. Iron Fist was the first to repost it, and after reposting it, he also added a short video of himself. He imitated Nightwalker, stood straight, and pounded his chest with his fist. He said in a firm tone, "I firmly believe, everyone for me, I for everyone." Then Blade, White Tiger, Power Man. This action seemed to have magic power, and instantly infected the entire internet. Just like a viral video, this video began to be imitated crazily. Many netizens who reposted Nightwalker's video would add a short video of their own at the end. They imitated Nightwalker's appearance and recited this sentence that inspired countless people in a solemn tone. "Everyone for me, I for everyone." The climax of the entire video spread came from Steve Rogers. The number of fans on his social platform has now exceeded 50 million. It is already a first-tier level in the world. In addition to the United States, fans from many other countries have also begun to add his social platform account and start to follow him. On his social platform, in addition to the short video greeting fans released after the first opening, he reposted this short video of Nightwalker. After Rogers reposted this short video, he also added his own short video like Iron Fist. The honor of a hero is not a stepping stone for anyone, and the choice of a hero should not be an excuse for anyone to attack. Rogers' powerful voice was very contagious, and he pounded his chest with his fist. "Because I firmly believe, everyone for me, and I for everyone." And this video began to spread around the world at an unpredictable speed. Since then, the internet explosion designed by Lee Ji has finally ushered in the eruption period. And browsing this video in front of the computer screen, and watching the number of reposts of this video increase wildly around the world, Lee Ji smiled silently. In his own room at home, he leaned back in the chair. At this moment in his life for more than 10 years, he felt that he had strangled the throat of fate for the first time. His future will be created by himself, instead of being dominated by some vanity in the dark. Lee Ji clenched his fists. Only the fate held in his own hands is a good fate. And he glanced at the Daily Bugle newspaper on his computer desk, and he raised the newspaper. The Daily Bugle, James. The good show has just begun. Chapter 350. Let's talk about the selection issue. James, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle, is an old journalist. He can hardly remember how many years he has worked in the news industry. He only remembers that when he was very young, he was already a newspaper boy on the streets of New York. When James was a newspaper boy, newspapers were still the authoritative mouthpiece of the world. Whether it was the workers paving pipes on the side of the Fifth Avenue or the elites dressed up in the Empire State Building, they were used to buying a newspaper every day and reading the useful content on it. The smell of ink on those newspapers penetrated into the bone marrow and was imprinted into James' soul and began to accompany him as he grew up. Those flying and jumping words, those writing styles of laughter, anger and scolding. Those who dared to face authority and scolded the current leaders of the US government as a bunch of stupid donkeys. There were also comments on current affairs and social care. Even whether the latest movies were good or not was decided by the media. There were many similar examples, and in that era, newspapers and media had the final say. In that era, journalists were crowned the title of uncrowned kings. Because they were the most authoritative mouthpieces, they held the most important right to speak in the world. Hollywood movies need to find them if they want good reputation. A company also needs to find them if it wants good reputation. If it is an election year, then those politicians will definitely visit those influential editorialists in authoritative media. Ask them to say a few good words for themselves so that they can better attract more votes. The authority of journalists and media has been rooted in the deepest part of James' soul since his childhood and has become an unshakable belief. So he was determined at that time that he must become an outstanding journalist one day. Become the uncrowned king of this world. This road is a bit difficult. He spent decades and finally founded the Daily Bugle. The Daily Bugle has become the largest paper media organization in New York, even surpassing the New York Daily. Under James' continuous efforts to open up, this news empire has continuously expanded its territory. Whether it is website media or television, they are involved. James, who was a newspaper boy at the time, has now become the helmsman of a news empire and an upper-class figure in this society. However, the longer the honor of the uncrowned king lasted, the more James felt that this title began to lose its appeal to him. Yes, The uncrowned king is still uncrowned. The real crown must be crowned and worn on your head, that's what you want. And because of this sudden idea, James set his sights on politics. The real power in this world must still enter the political arena, enter the parliament, and even enter the White House. Only in this way can we really talk about the king of the world. And to enter the political arena, he needs a suitable opportunity. After many mediations, James finally got the qualification of the mayoral candidate of New York City. This year's New York election, he is determined to win. And the mayor of New York City will be his first step into politics. His goal is not only that, he also wants to go to a higher place. But those are all later, and the key now is to take the first step firmly. You know, the importance of the mayor of New York City in the United States is even higher than that of the governors of many states. If you want to win a fierce election in this place, you need to spend some methods. For example, what James is doing now is to use the discrediting of Spider-Man to create a reputation for himself before the election. The inspiration of this matter is still the incident of Captain America suing the military. When his informant in the police station heard about a controversial case, and Spider-Man was involved in it, James's sharp intuition immediately associated it with an article that could be manipulated. So he quickly asked someone to contact a lawyer named Luker. He hoped that he would come forward to defend Mark McCone, put the matter on the legal agenda and continue to expand the incident. He wanted to use Spider-Man's fame as a stepping stone for himself to rise to power. James knew that if he did this, some Spider-Man fans would question him. But it doesn't matter, right? Because not all New York citizens are fans of Spider-Man. Politics is like this. When you are ready to please some people, you always need to abandon others. James calculated very well, including everything that went well before. Before the election campaign officially started, he gained a lot of attention and support from a considerable number of citizens by constantly slandering and defaming Spider-Man. This made him feel a little proud. As for what will happen to Spider-Man? What does it have to do with him? James doesn't like Spider-Man, never. He likes war heroes like Captain America, not guys like Spider-Man who cause trouble in the city every day. As usual, at 9 o'clock, James walked briskly to the building of the Daily Bugle. He was thinking about what kind of editorial he needed to write today to continue canvassing for his mayoral election. He didn't notice that the employees around him looked at him strangely. Until he walked to the door of his office, his assistant, a young man in his early 20s who had just graduated from college, called him. "Boss, what should we do about the website now?" The assistant seemed to be scratching his head, as if he had encountered some troubles. But James was confused. "Website? What website? Of course it's our Daily Bugle's website. Don't you know about it?" Damn it. The assistant felt that he had said something. It turned out that James didn't know about the website. It seemed that no one had informed him at all, because no one had bumped into him. But he didn't know and stupidly bumped into it. Damn it. This old guy will be angry with me later. Will he deduct my salary again? Oh my god. I haven't received a full salary for 4 months. Last month, he found an excuse to deduct my salary because I didn't wear a tie to work, and now this incident has happened. My salary for this month will be deducted by this old bastard. The young assistant thought angrily. He had decided to start looking for a job later. Oh. In a big city like New York, it is really difficult for a second-rate university graduate like me who is not a graduate of a famous school to find a job. The assistant opened the mobile phone app, hoping to find a position in the same city. James walked into his office with doubts, turned on his computer and logged into the website. The moment he entered the website, James quickly understood what the trouble on the website that the assistant just mentioned was. Just one night of preparation, the heroic short video released by Lee G has exceeded 50 million views worldwide. Even many people on the other side of the ocean who don't know the heroes of New York City have begun to pay attention to them. And the sentence Lee G said in the video, "The honor of heroes should not become a stepping stone for others." Many people are speculating on what this sentence means. Then some New York City citizens quickly associated it with the fact that all heroes have opened Weibo, but Spider-Man has not. Some citizens who read the Daily Bugle also linked it to the recent trouble Spider-Man has gotten into. Luker's lawsuit against Spider-Man, accusing him of violently detaining Mark McCone, was dug up by netizens and spread online. The editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle's recent criticism of Spider-Man was also brought up. Some things seem to be nothing at the time, but you can't help but think about it. In particular, There are professionals among many netizens. For example, a retired old lawyer. He is very sensitive to the smell of politics. He found the news that James recently became a candidate for mayor of New York City. With a professional intuition, he subconsciously felt that these things were not that simple. He spent 2 hours roughly discussing his speculation. He thought that this was probably a political show directed and performed by James himself, and the purpose was to warm up for his upcoming election. He wanted to be the mayor of New York. This post also spread rapidly with the popularity of the video. Political conspiracy theories and political dirtiness are almost instinctively hated by most citizens, and at the same time they have to be sure that such things must exist. And what pushed the conspiracy theory to a climax this time was another video. The clerk who was robbed posted a video of himself. "I feel guilty. I really feel guilty." The clerk lowered his head and spoke in a lost tone. "I watched Spider-Man's video and I think I was wrong. I only realized now that Spider-Man is also a mortal like us. He can be happy, disappointed, and hurt. He helped me, but I hurt him," the convenience store clerk said, and suddenly choked up. "The robber, Mark McCone. He did rob my store. He forced me to open the ATM under the pretext of changing change, and stole the money. The $20 was just what he forgot to take away, not really changing change." The clerk's tone became very excited and generous. "I'm sorry, Spider-Man. I was wrong. It was that man's defense lawyer, a man named Luker, who found me. He knew I needed money to pay off my student loan. He gave me $50,000 to change my story. For this money, I didn't tell the truth when I was recording my statement. I'm really sorry, really, really sorry. You've done so much for us, and I call myself your fan, but I hurt you. After recording this video, I will go to the police station to turn myself in. I still want to apologize to you here, Spider-Man. I'm sorry." A short video of 2 minutes in length caused an uproar on the entire network. Now the truth of the whole incident is almost clear. Luker almost certainly used illegal means to fight this lawsuit, and Mark McCone's information was also turned out. He was fired from the docks and unemployed because he often got drunk and made trouble, and also beat up his coworkers in the dock area. And he had several minor criminal records before. This is a complete bastard and a poor guy. He has no money to hire a lawyer like Luker, let alone $50,000 to pay others as hush money. The spearhead of the whole incident turned at this time, pointing to the instigator of the political show, James, the editor-in-chief of the Daily Bugle. And now the website of the Daily Bugle has completely exploded. Countless comments demanding James to apologize to Spider-Man are flooding the website. There are so many that the network administrator has no time to delete them. James collapsed in his leather seat powerlessly. He whispered in his mouth, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" And just as Lee G said, the good show has just begun. These things are just spontaneous actions of those netizens who support Spider-Man on the internet. Lee G himself has not done it yet. Just like his Frank said that they want to step on the reputation of heroes to rise to power and use Spider-Man as a stepping stone to ascend to the throne of the mayor of New York City. Dream on. You know, politics is always inseparable from capital. And New York City employs the world's top 2 tycoons, and these 2 tycoons have a good relationship with him. So, Lee G thought that maybe he should talk to Tony about the issue of the mayor of New York City first. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.